tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like queens and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing it down for so long.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to today's show, depending on your geographical location. The voice you're hearing is that of Andrew Oinkolobio, aka Electricity, and the image you're seeing is that of Rudolph Okonkwo. The voice is that of mine. The image is what is of Rudolph Okonkwo. And what you're seeing on the screen is what is the intent of the heart, motivations and values that drive an individual's what actions and what and decisions. And I will explain why I started with my voice and my image during this broadcast. Again, welcome to this wonderful evening broadcast. I can see those of you in the comment section. I did that purposely in the sense to highlight the quote I put earlier. Good evening to every one of you once again. And as you can see, the topic is what most of us are familiar with. As such, it's something we will look at into today. What is that motive drive that we are having that is pulling us? What is the intention behind we demanding, asking forward for the country to be divided? And if should this come to pass, will it solve our problem? If yes, let's go for it. If no, then let's go back on the table and readdress our issue. What is that thing that is motivating you? What is that thing that is motivating me? What is that thing that is motivating us to demand for another nation? We just have to ask ourselves this question. The intent of what? Of the heart is motivations and values that drive an individual's actions and what? And decision. So, as you can see, another thing I put on the quote is the news of the amount of money that was recovered, or properties recovered, what 11.4 billion from the former CBN governor Godwin Emefiele. What is that thing that motivated him to acquire? Thank you very much. You just took the word out of my mouth. You too high. Okay. Honestly speaking, I think I'm going to ban you from this comment section. You just took the words out of my mouth. Okay, but I forgive you. I forgive you. No matter what. I don't understand these people in the comment section. Anyway, thank you for that. For that, I will come to that. Since you've already said it, I will, I will weigh on it. So I shouldn't have even looked at the comment section for now. So what is that thing that motivated Godwin Emefiele? What is that thing that motivates people to demand, or those who are demanding for the regional government? What is that thing that motivates those who are demanding for the creation of a new state? What is that thing? Like I said in the description, this is a follow-up of the broadcast that myself and Mazi Zioke had, and we were also joined by Ulumide in respect to Adiola Fashion show that prompted a lawmaker to what, in my own words, to threaten her. She has provided clarification. However, there is a lesson for us to what, to take there. We are not going to stop talking. As you can see, talking gets to them. It's acting that is also acting is also what, also required. So kudos to her. If I were her, yes, I'm one. I believe in providing clarification, in setting the record straight. But I would have gone further to challenge him to do his worst, to go to the court of law. That is what the people's representative coming out, challenging incorrect statements. So, meaning that we also have that power to what? To challenge anything they are doing. They are our representative. Again, good evening to you. So here it is again. What motivated Emefiele, the former governor, CBN, to what? To acquire these properties valued at over 11.4 billion and another 1.0 linked to him. The same motivation we all have, but it not depends on how we're going to use it, for good or what, or for evil. So whether we like it or not, one thing challenge that we are going to face, either as together as Nigerians, or should our desire be granted, those who desire for what, for another nation, one challenge we're going to face is what? It's accountability, it's transparency, it's fairness, it's equity. We will practice these things. We will desire it. We want to be treated as human beings, as human, according to Ferreira. So, wherever you go, whatever you do, the question facing every one of us right now, what is that thing that is motivating us? To join the conversation, I'm going to put the link there. Just give me 1 second, please. I should have done this. You can join. So, what is that thing? Ask yourself this question. What is that thing that brings me here every day? Almost, not every day, almost every day. What is that thing that brings you to the comment section? What is that thing that brings you on the panel as a panelist? What is that thing that made Rudolph to create this platform? Over the years, day and night, what is that thing? Certainly, by now, we all understand, we all know what drives Rudolph to be here every day. Like I said, it's still out in the moon there. It will be back soon, sooner than expected. Again, to you in the comment section, greetings to you all. Again, I'm going to like to comment and I'll go back to my, that's why they always store their money in foreign countries. Thank you for that. Yes, 2Y, okay. You say you don't understand the first quote. This is your first quote. It be as it get. No, it doesn't. You see this quote, let me highlight this quote again. It's very important. This is the quote here. I'm going to highlight it again. If this is the quote you are referring to, no matter how good and perfect a person or his work may be, there's always another who can do better or make some people think so. You know what? Why this quote came to me? I had it a long time ago. I'll give you the background of this quote during the course of this broadcast. KJ's moderation yesterday is a top-notch moderation. Moderating, I beg your pardon. And as such, it should make everyone. Yes, it's a trained journalist. Nevertheless, not all trained journalists can moderate. But its moderation or moderating is top notch. So when we see somebody on the other side, or when we are on the other side and we see someone, we must also have it at the back of our mind that this thing I am doing, it should not get into my head. It is very possible somebody can do it better than what? Than me. And that is the dilemma we face in the country today. Because some people have put themselves in that position that they know it all. They can do it better than what? Than everyone. That is not possible. So again, welcome. Good afternoon, 2Y. Okay. Thank you for your thank you for the thumb scribe that you I have thumb scribed. Thank you for that. I don't know what that means. Gladys Oyebo, good afternoon to you too. Thanks for joining. And thank you also for your comment as well too. Pan, somebody said, Peter Pan, we haven't tried it, so why are we scared to try it? That is also accurate. We haven't tried anything so far, so good. Some people will argue that we have tried. But we're not. So don't forget the topic. Will dividing Nigeria solve our problems? It could be one, it could be many. Will dividing Nigeria solve our problem? And what is the intent? What is motivating you to what? To seek for that division? Is it out of genuine concern for what? For your fellow human being? If that is the case, trust me, if that is applied, that motivation is applied into the current Nigerian context, it will work. The motivation should not be based on tribe or religion. I recognize that. They're part of us. They will never go away. We have to appreciate it, embrace it, applaud it, and showcase the good side of it. But if the motivation is based on what? Because this person is my tribe. I want my tribal nation. I want a nation that is solely my tribe. If that is the motivation, then the problem will remain the same. The problem will go with you. Because trust me, the reason why I put Emefiele there is this. Corruption is not about tribe. I'm going to be having a guest here on the 6th of July. And we're going to talk in depth. Corruption is not about tribe. Corruption is not about what? Religion. Corruption is about what? The individual. Emefiele is an Igbo man. So also Peter B is an Igbo man. So it's about the individual, not about the tribe. So what is that thing that is motivating you? Thank you. Okay. Based on what I'm using a Rudolph face image and using my voice. The voice is Jacob and the hand is that of Esau. Thank you for that. You see, no matter how it is, no matter how I disguise, use Rudolph image, but my voice can be picked out. So whatever the intent may be, do I use Rudolph image to gain views or to bring people on the platform? But my voice is still there. What is that thing that is motivating you? What motivated Jacob to deceive his brother to gain a blessing? But truth be told, he never ever enjoyed that blessing. Go read your Bible very well. So, what that thing that is motivating you or me to request that the nation be divided, if it's shrouded in deception, if the intent, let me display it, if what is motivating you is not a genuine concern for what? For humanity. Maybe that is why we have not seen that thing come to pass today. What is that thing that is motivating you? That is why the problem has not gone. The problem is still there. Just like the normal saying we go, I'm going to have my own share of the cake, of the pie, of the nation. Everybody wants to have a piece of the cake, not to save the cake. Not to save the cake from the sun so that it doesn't get melted. So what is that thing that is motivating you? Thank you again, Kura. What's your name again? Sovereign Yoruba. Self-determination is fundamental right of every indigenous people. There is no argument about that. Self-determination is applauded. Listen, sir, respectfully, I don't know who you are, sovereign Yoruba, everlasting grace. But what is that thing that is motivating you? If you can come and defend it on the platform, it's up to you. The link is there. What is that thing that is motivating you? What is the motivation? What is driving you to say that you want? You see, you use the word right of every indigenous people. Okay, could you do me a favor, please? Could you Google, give me the definition of indigenous? Okay, it's gonna be a little bit difficult for me to take my eyes off the screen, but if you don't mind, so yes, self-determination. Everyone has that fundamental right. It is my fundamental right. It is your fundamental right. But what is motivating you? That's the question. If you can answer that question, it will be much appreciated. Thank you very much. I wonder how much his boss was taking. We don't know. Man, there's nothing hidden under the sun. Greetings to you again, CJ Okonkwo. Thank you for joining. Nigeria is not a nation; it's an artificial conglomerate of what British for its economic benefit. Okay. uh, it is not a nation. All right. Thank you if you say so, but I will come back to you again. Thank you for joining, man. Went to more, if you don't mind. Okay, thank you for leaving as well too. You're welcome. Nigeria is not a nation. If it is not a nation, what it is then? You said it's an artificial conglomerate of the British for its economic benefit. Do you have evidence to support that? If you do, please let me have it. If it is not a nation, we have to stop riding on this horse, British, because when we keep riding it, it appears, I don't mean this in any bad way, it appears we will never use our head or our brain to think. We will always stay inside the box. We will not come outside the box. That is what it always come across. I recognize the slave trade era. I recognize external influence. And don't be surprised. Do not be surprised that even Nigeria itself influences other nations, negative and positive. Influences other nations, just the same way we are alleging that the British, or we are claiming, I beg your pardon, that the British are what it's an artificial conglomerate of British for its economic benefits. We have to think outside the box. We cannot continue on this. But that is discussion for another day. The question I ask is, what is motivating you, sir? What is motivating you? Again, you said it is high time every Nigerian wake up and form their separate government. That is good. Form it. I'm not against it. Will it solve our problem? Will it solve your problem? If it is to solve problem that is motivating you, all well and good. All what? All well and good. How are you? Good afternoon. I'll come to you. Welcome to the platform. All well and good. All well and good. But if that is the case, I believe we would have achieved that dream. Because this argument, this debate of dividing the nation is not a baby debate. In fact, I think this debate is older than Nigeria itself. Olumide, welcome to the platform. I'll give you
Thank you.
4 minutes and I'll come back later.
Thank you.
If you can see the topic, you can see the topic. Will dividing Nigeria solve our problem? That's one. Two, look at what is on the screen, instead of the heart. What is motivating? I know for you, I thought of you yesterday after our broadcast on Friday. And I have great respect for your decision to say, you know what, you're not coming to Nigeria again. It's done, you're done and dusted. I respect that. And forever will respect that. Okay. But on a personal level, this is from me to you. There's this Yoruba adage that says that Oje Oyingbo. Can you complete it for me, please? Because I can't complete it.
Ṣé ọjọ́ Igbo kò mọ ẹni tó àbí báwo ló ṣe ń sọ?
Yeah, it's something like that. So it doesn't know who comes to trade there. I think that is the meaning, if I'm correct.
Kò mọ ọjọ́ Igbo mọ̀ pé ẹnìkan ò wá.
Correct. Thank you very much. You see, Olumide, from me to you, okay, I hope you will change your position as much as I respect it. And you will visit home. And I understand your position of not. But Nigeria doesn't care. Nigerian will not miss you. Trust me on that one. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
So I'm happy that I have the opportunity to continue from where we stopped on Friday. You know, particularly for the highlights. The
look
highlight
at
of
the
Friday. The highlight of Friday for me was the fact that you said we should stay positive. But for me, it's difficult for me, and I know for so many others, how do you stay positive when we don't see those, when you work for a corporate organization, they look for key performance indicators to check the health of that company. So what are those key performance indicators in Nigeria that will make me stay positive? So that even if I go outside, I mean, Nigerians have been traveling out ever since, even before independence, maybe to get education abroad, particularly in the UK, Canada, and US in the West, UK and US, come back home, get job in the government, either a private or public office, to come and add to that knowledge. But now people don't want to come back because that environment that will give them that opportunity to thrive is not there. And there's no sign that those environments will ever come up. You understand?
Sorry for interjecting you. We'll come back. I will link it. Don't worry. What is that thing that is driving you? What is the motivation that is driving that you are seeking for a Yoruba nation?
So for me, the motivation for me particularly is the fact that we think we are one country, one united country. But as a matter of fact, we are not a united country in reality.
And
On paper,
what is the thing that you think makes us not united?
okay, I will highlight it. On paper, we claim to be one indivisible country, but in reality, it is not. For me, those times, I look at our history, right from when when we gained independence, development. I didn't even know all this story. And because I was born 1977, and all of these achievements that Awo achieved, Awo and his hills, because he didn't do it alone, with those who supported him, achieved in the Western region, what Eastern region achieved, what the Northern region achieved, even though you might say that maybe the West did a lot more with what they had, but there were achievements that we could point to, tangible achievements, no matter how progressive you probably thought the Southwest one was. I didn't know all this until 4 years ago, because, like I said, that part of our history, I didn't learn about it in school. Up until I finished university, I was just focused on my course, my profession that I went to study, and I didn't know all this. And it was all about Nigeria. Nigeria will get better when I was in that country. And then when the opportunity came for me to leave the country and I came to this part of the world, I began to see, I left with the intention of coming back. I wanted to come to this part of the world to educate myself, better myself, and then maybe with that knowledge come back, because I was doing well for myself back home within my profession. I was comfortable. I was not the richest, but I was comfortable. I could provide for my family, and I was ready to settle down and start raising. But that when the opportunity presented itself, I left, and then when I saw the difference, I didn't want to look back. Then I began to follow things happening at home. Particularly during that electioneering period, I wasn't really too much interested in politics, even when I was back home. For me, I worked in the private sector all my life, and I was doing well. I didn't think being a politician or participating in politics was anything for me to do to advance my life. For me, being in the private sector was okay for me. But I began to follow things back home, especially when things were beginning to get worse during the Jonathan regime, and it was beginning to face a lot of terrorism issues. And when that guy died, the Boko Haram guy died, and the fallout, and we thought everybody queued behind Buhari, thinking that maybe let's give him the opportunity. But the 8 years that this guy spent there, he practically killed the country. He killed any hope that
Olumide.
anybody would want to have in that country. The way he handled the country, he had religious agenda, he had ethnic agenda, and this guy divided the country out and bring the country together as one. And then look at the election. When they did that election, for the first time in history, I didn't support that election, but I was amazed that for the first time in history, a lot of people, regardless of their ethnic affiliation, queued up behind another person from another ethnic group against a Yoruba candidate that we thought, majority of us thought, was a flawed candidate that APC presented. And I thought, and many of us thought, that with what APC did to the economy for the last 8 years, particularly with the way they dealt with a lot of people in the north, the non-Muslim north, the middle belt, nobody would vote them back into power.
Olumide, hold on 1 second. Okay. I acknowledge everything you said. Let's focus. The question I'm asking you is this: what is motivating you in particular to demand or to be demanding for another nation?
So, so the reason I'm a supporter of a Yoruba sovereign nation, and I'm canvassing for it, support any group that is demanding for their own Yoruba sovereign nation, is because Nigeria has not benefited any of the ethnic groups in that country, not just the Yorubas. It hasn't benefited any of the ethnic groups. And especially with the way they're using the resources, it has not benefited. But some people, and we have cried, people have cried and said, the way the country is being managed, the constitution that we have is not giving us fairness, and it's not giving us that room to thrive and aspire to be, for every Nigerian to be what they want to be. And the Yorubas being educated, being enlightened, and being progressive, realized, some of our Yoruba elites realize that if we continue in this trajectory, there's no future for the present, and there's no future for our unborn children. The best way is to go back to that era where we saw a bit of light, where we saw a bit of the star in the horizon, and that was during the old southwestern region, where Yoruba had the independence to govern themselves with their resources without interference. Once that collapsed, that was the end of the country called Nigeria.
All right, Olumide, you've still not answered my question, but I'll what?
I've answered you. I said the reason why I aspire is because Nigeria has refused to listen. They've refused to listen to the people, and they've refused to change.
Okay.
And there's no hope. There's no room for us to aspire in that space.
Okay. So you went further to say some Yoruba elite also share this your argument. Would that be correct?
That's true.
Do you mind to mention some of them if you know them?
You see them, some of them on out there. You see people like Professor Banji Akintoye. You see people like you see people like Bodupe Onitiri. You see people like some of them might not be coming out to talk.
Okay.
You understand? Some of them might not be coming out in the papers to talk. But we know those of them would, but because maybe they don't have political power in their hands, or they want to do it through the civil and peaceful way. You understand? They might not come out openly to talk, but we know that a large majority of Yorubas want their own independent states.
Okay. And do you, this question you may not know, but I will say ask you. Do you know of any that have approached the government, the legislative hand, to have this discussion, to follow this process? Do you know if any of them have done that?
So I'm aware that somebody like Professor Banji Akitoye, he wrote a letter during the Buhari regime. You know, he gave an interview in Arise and he said he wrote a letter to the Buhari regime. The Buhari regime said he didn't have time, that he wanted to organize elections and that he didn't have time to sit down and discuss such. Now, they allow the election to come and go, you know, even against the wishes of the Yoruba people that we didn't want to participate in it, but to allow for peace, you know, and for reason to prevail. The election held. Now he has written another letter to Tinubu to say the Yoruba people want to their own sovereign country, and we believe that you should start this process of negotiation, of talking to the prominent Yoruba elites that will represent the people, so that we can exit peacefully out of the country without any war and rancor.
And do you think that is the right?
I don't think.
Hold on 1 second. Do you think approaching the executive is the right approach?
See, the people to approach, I would say, will be the president of the country, and then maybe the state governors of the Southwest. So he may have written to the state governors of the Southwest too. Now it is now left for them to channel the wishes of the Yoruba people through the Nigerian legislature. It is left for them. You understand?
I'm trying to understand you.
Maybe
Hold
the
on 1
reason.
second.
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to understand you. So well, your argument is he may have approached the governors or whatever it is, and the governors to pass the message to the legislative arm. Is that what you're arguing? Is that what you just said?
Well, I'm gonna leave that to the leadership of the Yoruba people to. I'm not gonna jump ahead of them. I have my own opinion of what should happen, but I will let the leadership of the Yoruba people that are
So
supposed
in a nutshell, you don't know
whether he has spoken to. I know he
Yeah,
has
in a
written to the
nutshell.
president. I don't know if he has written to the legislature,
Okay,
but I
thank you.
know he has written to the president to begin the process of negotiating the exit of the Yoruba people from the Shito.
From the Shito. Thank you very
That's
much.
it.
Thank you very much. Let me swap something around with you now. So we're going to an hypothetical situation here now. Today, the 23rd of June, you have just been granted that freedom to go your way and form your own nation. An hypothetical thing I'm drawing now. 3 years, 4 years down the line, okay, you are observing some irregularities, a little bit of corruption, not in the high place at the moment. You are seeing some part of Nigeria in your Yoruba nation. How do you address that? How would you address it?
We are seeing some parts of
Some
Yoruba.
things that you dislike in Nigeria, in that Yoruba nation. How would you address it?
So
You,
I'm saying,
Olumide.
okay, I'm going to answer your question hypothetically too.
Yes, please.
So hypothetically, I'm seeing a Yoruba nation that has drawn up its own constitution of how they want to govern their own space and are following the rule of law. You understand? Following the right civil and legal process to deal with every challenges they face possible that will probably face a new nation. You understand? I will see a Yoruba new nation that has drawn its own army, called the Yoruba Army, the Yoruba Police Force, that has begun to employ its youth into various departments and agencies. I would see a Yoruba government that has delineated the borders, its borders, and begin to find ways to speak and negotiate peacefully with the Nigerian government about other areas of concerns or issues they have with their border. You understand? To seek every means possible to achieve peace, relate. You understand? For those Nigerians who want to keep their passports and come and live in Yoruba land, they are free. They are free to come and aspire and come and obtain. I'm sure there will be a process in the Yoruba constitution that allows them to gain citizenship, to be a part of us, to gain visa. So I'm seeing a Yoruba place that gives an opportunity for everybody within the Yoruba land to aspire, regardless of your religious, your faith, your sub Yoruba ethnicity, dialect, whatever part of Yoruba land, whatever part of the Yoruba side, your language you speak. You understand? We are one. So that is the kind of Yoruba I see hypothetically.
Okay. I acknowledge all you've highlighted of what you've said as Yoruba land. The question is, when standards start to fall, how do you address it? Please.
One thing you tend to underestimate.
Hold on 1 second. Let me highlight something for you. Okay. 2 things here. When moral and ethical standards start to fall, how do you address it?
So, electricity. One thing you tend to underestimate is that a large majority of Yoruba people are very, very progressive minded. They are very, very law abiding. They want the country that they live in to work for them. That is why you will find that Yorubas are among the most successful set of immigrants or professionals.
That is your opinion.
In whatever.
That is your opinion.
That's fine. That's fine.
Just put it under your opinion, please.
Okay, let it be my opinion, but at least we have it on record that in the USA, Yorubas are the most educated immigrants.
Is that true?
In the whole of the US, and I would mean that even if they are not among the most educated.
Do you have the document? Do you have it?
Check online. You check it online. Even if they are not among the most educated in the, they are not the leading most educated immigrant in the UK. I'm sure they are top notch. They are part of the top 3. So, but be that as it may, we want a Yoruba country. Yorubas are progressive in the mindset that we want a country where there's a rule of law. Where, for instance, look at what happened in the north, where a certain lady, what's her name? I've forgotten her name now, was stoned because of her religious difference. You would never find that happen in the south. That's one. Number 2, look at when the issue of this boy. Listen, look at this issue of this boy. The issue of this boy that was murdered. The issue of this boy that was murdered in a hotel in Ife. Yoruba strive for justice. They wanted that man, regardless of the fact that he was highly placed, he was a chief. They wanted him to face justice until he was convicted in the court of law. You understand? Yes.
Olumide, listen, please. I'm begging you. I am asking you a straightforward question. When morals and ethical standards start to drop in the hypothetical Yoruba land we've created, what will you do? And it will drop.
I don't see it dropping. Electricity. Giving you a straight answer. Every society. I'm sure in the UK. I'm sure in the UK and in the US, when you open papers,
don't say you
when
will
you
not
open
see
the
it dropping.
when you open the papers daily, you will see people committing.
Olumide, I have to mute you. Hold on, I've muted you. Okay. The reason why I muted you is you just said you don't see it ever dropping. That is what you just said. And that is a very strong.
I don't see it ever dropping below standard. It's going to be world standard.
All right, Christian, Welcome. The floor is yours. I believe you've been following this discussion. What do you have to say, please? Thank you. You are muted. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah. Hello?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know whether I should even start from the question you asked him. Okay, let me start it this way. You know, you people have always feared, if Nigeria, or ask this question, the fusion of Nigeria, will it solve the problem? Now, let me start. You know, there is a lot of books that can be written on this, but let me itemize them for you. Okay. One, there are natural laws that have universal applications everywhere. Okay, that's one. Now, these natural laws, like law of gravity, everywhere. So, and then again, the second point I want to make, there's a body of knowledge, or knowledge we call science of taxonomy or classification in simple terms. So why do we classify?
Christian, hold
Yes.
on one second. I'll come back to you. Mr. Alexander has been trying to join, so I think he's having issue with his network. I'll come back to you. It doesn't normally stay long. Do you mind, please?
Okay, no problem.
Please.
Let him.
All right. Mr. Gomez, welcome. I can see you trying to join since you came in.
No, I don't have a problem with my network. I just don't have too much
my
time.
apologies for that. Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning. Listen, I'm a one Nigerian actually. I don't believe in splitting up the country. I think the split up of Nigeria is inevitable, probably in the next 100 years, not before. But it will break up sooner or later. It won't be. I can almost guarantee you, it won't be in our lifetime. So, but it would break up eventually because it simply can't continue the way it is right now. So it will break up. But I've been a proponent of one Nigeria for a long time, and I will remain one. I will remain one till I die, and then whatever happens when I die is left to my children or grandchildren to deal with it. So that's my position on
that. Dr. Gomez, sir, yes. The question is, will dividing Nigeria solve our problems? In your opinion?
I think if I want to be honest with myself, I think it would. But I think let me come back to you in about 30 minutes because I'm getting a call coming. I'll come back to you.
All right.
30 minutes.
Thank you.
Then I can address that issue very well for you.
All
okay.
Right. Thank you, sir.
But I think dividing the country will probably be a better solution than what it is right now. But it's never going to happen. Not in the next 100 years. I can tell you that. There are too many vested interests in Nigeria in terms of Oyibo people trying to control our natural resources. So that's not going to happen. They know what to tell the Northerners, they know what to tell the Yorubas, and they know what to tell the Igbos for us to be one.
To be fighting each other.
Yeah. So that's the way
I'll take you on that.
Okay, no problem.
All right, sir. Thank you. Christian, the floor is back to you. Thank you very much, Christian. You are muted, Christian. Can you unmute yourself, please? Thank you.
Okay. So what I was trying to tell you is that there's a body of knowledge we call science of taxonomy or classification in simple terms. Why do we do classification? We conduct experiments, then we test the mean populations, and then we come to the realization there's a significant mean tested. Okay, and then we are asked to do the divergent tests, and we all done that. So we use statistical analysis statistical models to analyze our experiments. Right now, we begin the classification. So we classify things like corn. If you, for instance, you take corn, you have popcorn because they can pop. You have other types of corn. You have red corn. You have, yellow corn. You have white corn. You have this based on their color. Now, but let me come to this particular one, human. There's a unit of classification called ethnicity. Ethnicity is a unit of classification that binds a group of people and also segregates. I use the word segregate from from a group, the same group from another group based on language, history, geography, culture, values. You understand that? So we now go on after we have done this. We can now say this is ethnic Yoruba, this is ethnic Igbo, this is ethnic English, this is ethnic Scottish, this is ethnic German. Right? Now, what does this mean is simple. It means that these values these people have binds them together, and also a source of segregation from the other. So when now you bring these two things together and say they are humanity, just like people talk about, it's like just like putting vegetable corn. The vegetable corn is like these ones you buy from Walmart if you're in US or Asda, as we hear, in UK, or and then put them in in a popping corn we mix them up with popcorn, and thinking that all of them will pop. That's not true. The only things that will pop are the popcorn, because they have the genes for popping. So now let me give you an example why society developed. They developed based on justice and equity. The legal environment is the most important thing for development.
Sorry for interjecting. You made a very valid point.
Okay.
Justice and what?
Equity. Yes.
That is a valid point. So let me ask you, I don't know which side of the aisle you are, whether you are on the aisle of the Yoruba side or whether you want an Igbo nation, or whichever aisle you are, you want this to be practiced there. Yes or no? Olumide,
yes.
Hold on. Christian, just stay there. Olumide, in that Yoruba nation, you also want justice and equity to be practiced. Yes or no?
Justice, fairness, and equity.
And that can be practiced when the standard starts to fall. You now see rules and laws being applied. Do you agree on that?
Why do you have to wait for standards to fall?
No, Olumide, don't let us.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Okay, let me answer you. Okay. Now, first of all, let's look at justice and equity. Justice and equity drives, from the jurisprudence. That the laws of the land. First of all, let's ask, how do we make the laws? One of the problem of Nigeria today is the constitution, as they told you. And why is it so? Because it is impossible to how would I use it, the word, to be able to harmonize the value system, the divergent value systems in Nigeria to a one coherent legal document that everybody can accept. So that is why even the government disobey their own laws. You see? So what I'm trying to say to you is that unless you build these laws based on their values of that ethnic group, okay, then the laws will not work. But if you build, if you drive it, if they are driven from the values of the ethnic group, the laws will work. And now again, when the standard starts falling, because of the value of that society, then they will be able to apply justice and equity. Let me give you an example.
Thank you very much, sir, Christian. Thank you very much.
Let me give you an example.
So what you just said is when the values and the standards and morals start to fall, we start to apply the correct law.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes, and everybody will obey it.
Do you agree with what Christian just said?
So I agree, and I also believe that you don't have to wait for the standards to drop before you begin to apply the law. So the law should be proactive, should not be reactive. So when you are talking about building an equitable society of justice and fairness, you are talking about, for instance, making sure that your people have access to quality health care. That is a law that is proactive, not reactive.
Okay, let me ask you a
Afford,
question. Is
and they
there
can
quality air care in Canada that you have?
oh, top notch.
And in
Canada used to
spite
be
of
number
this,
one.
hold on, Olumide, hold on. In
Yes.
spite of this, there are doctors, nurses who have gone to jail, or medical practitioners who have gone to jail for what? For breaching the law. Yes or no?
There are people who are sanctioned every day in our society,
And do you agree that
irrespective.
this thing, hold on, Olumide, hold on. Do you agree that this thing will happen in Yoruba land as well too?
Oh, of course, there will be people who want to take advantage
So
of the law.
this is where I am going with you, but you portray an image that nothing will ever happen. It will remain top notch.
Oh, of course, it will. When I'm telling you that it will remain top notch, I am telling you that our law will be proactive and not reactive.
Thank you very much, Olumide. Thank Christian. The floor is back to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome, David. I'll come to you later.
So what I'm trying to say in effect is this: if the laws are based on the values of the society, right? Most of the time, you don't need to apply. You don't need serious enforcement because everybody may want to comply. But once there are different, because there's always going to be divergent those who are outside the main mean, right? What they call divergent population, right? So then you apply the laws of that land, and everybody will now understand that that laws is appropriately applied. But the reason why it has failed in Nigeria is because the laws are not based on the values of all the ethnicity. Take for instance, why you have Sharia laws in the north, and you cannot have the same Sharia in the south, right? So the reason why they believe in the Sharia in the north is because it's in tandem with their values. The same thing, if you apply it in the south, or even so, if you apply it in Nigeria, then it becomes discriminatory because Nigeria is supposed to be one country, and that's why it is not going to work. Nigeria is not going to work. And again, let me come to this thing they call leadership. Leadership is a vector, it's not a disease. Because people always say the problem of Nigeria is leadership. It's not. It is a vector. A vector. The same way, like mosquito carries this and that, or the butterfly carries the pollens of plants. It is what the pollens contain that is going to be spread, right? So if the leaders are spreading the value of their system, of their society, then that's when you can now say a society begets the government they have. But in Nigeria, it's not the same. I give you an example. It's not the same. I give you an example.
I agree with you 100%.
In Nigeria,
sorry for interjecting you. That was
okay.
why I was taking what you said back to Olumide, because Olumide was giving a different version entirely. Okay, we're not. It's not something I'm not saying standards should fall, but there is no society that you're not going to see a flaw.
Of course, there's no society. Otherwise, in fact, they say men are made better not because of law of going to heaven, but not because of love of going to heaven, but because of fear of going to hell. Okay, to hell. So and again, let me say this. I went to church here when I used to go to church. A pastor said, human beings are by nature sinful, and that's why we make laws.
Exactly.
Okay, that's why we make laws. So if we don't make laws, human beings can do whatever they want to do. Okay, but the laws, as long as it's written, let me give you an example. If you go to, say, like now in my own part of the country called Igbo land, okay, when you, or any part of, even Yoruba, marital laws, not the cultural marital laws are always obeyed easily by people. They don't need much enforcement to do that.
Correct.
They don't need police. So if they come to the same thing with land, if they go to it, so these things are the things that you actually develop into the societal laws, man-made laws. Because yes, because what they say is that all man-made laws derives from canon laws. And these canon laws are the laws of the religion which the people believe in. Okay, and so this is the reason why it has become so difficult. You know, there is a lot of vested interest in Nigeria, but they know the truth that Nigeria, or if Aburi had been, let me go back that way. If Aburi had been accepted, Nigeria wouldn't have broken up, but Nigeria would have worked. You know, they will always come and tell us this human being. Yes, we all human beings. So why don't we have, if we're all human beings, so why don't we have a one giant world country? Because white, black, and all these things, they're all human beings. So that humanity is where Africans get it wrong. If you go back to Europe here, Europe that brought us this problem to us. They fought bitter wars years and years until 1845. They went to Westphalen, and there they sat down and told themselves the truth. Said, look, it is not possible for one ethnic nationality to control the other. Dominate the other. So that is why even today in Europe, you have in some countries that are 900, 100,000, 1 million.
Oh yeah. The Republic of Ireland is about 5 million.
Exactly. So the reason why they do this is because they have come to the realization of what is called natural laws that make sure that it segregates one group from another group.
Okay, Christian.
So yes,
I will come to you. There's a question I need to ask you. Let me recognize David. David, thank you for joining. David, you can see the question, the topic there. We will take a short break, a very short break, about a minute or two. Then I will come back to Ross again, just about a minute or two. Just a short break, please. Thank you very much.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like queens and princesses. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like queens and princesses. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, I remember.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone, from my end here. Am I Hello, good evening, everyone.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I
Yeah,
don't know if
David,
you can hear it.
David, hold on 1 second. I'll come back to you. Olumide, can you see what's on the screen there?
See, I will check it up. I see this. I'm not going to argue against it now. I'll check it up.
All right, thank you.
But
David, the floor is yours.
my most recent information says otherwise. But I'll check it
Okay,
up.
check it and come back, please. I need fact check. I need fact, please. David, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, from my end here. See, I'm very, very interested when I heard the topic of today, if Nigeria is divided, whether if it's going to be the solution. I want to say that is the perfect solution for Nigeria, the state of Nigeria today. Number one thing is that we have to know how Nigeria was formed. There's a difference between a group of people come together and sit and say they want to have a union. Each of them will agree and say this is how this union should be going. If we watch very well, last time I came to this platform, I said that we all are the same family. The entire West Africa are the same family if we go to search for our real history. But in a family, when one in the family grew, decided that he wanted to stay on his own, you can't hold him by force, because holding him by force will cause a disaster for the family. And that's what is going on in Nigeria. And moreover, secondly, Nigeria was not formed by the people, the indigenous of that environment. That's another problem.
David, sorry,
yeah?
Let me stop you. Sorry. We agree that I don't want us to overflog this issue of whether Nigeria was. Don't let us overflog it. Okay. This solution, like everybody is agreeing to, I don't know if that is what Christian is also agreeing to, is to divide it. Let's all agree to that. What is now the process? How do we go about to achieve this separation without I'm emphasizing on without having to resort into violence. The floor is yours, David, and Christian, I'll come back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why last time I was here, I say there's two ways to resolve this. Number one is by referendum. But the referendum have to come if the people that are sitting in power today can realize themselves and know that they are not serving people, but they are doing the business in which purpose Nigeria was formed of. Everybody go there and get his own money and pocket himself. Either they realize and say, okay, let us call for a referendum. Let everybody decide where they want to be. Second, the masses has to realize that the people they put in power are not doing the job which they put them there to do. They rise against them, which is a kind of revolution. These two things has to happen, because the reason why these two things has to happen is Britain, which is the owner of Nigeria, let me put it that way, the owner of Nigeria will not allow it to happen. Because many of us may not understand that Nigeria is the most thing that are sustaining Britain today. Because since Britain left EU, they have been getting confusion. A lot of things are happening in Britain. And their last hope is Nigeria. They cannot allow it to happen. That's why the people, the masses has to rise up and cause revolution. Because when we start protesting, on the process, it lead to revolution. Or the government has to call for referendum. Let people decide whether they want to continue as Nigeria or they want to go separate way.
Okay.
This is the major two ways to go about it.
All right, that is acknowledged, and going forward, I will focus on those 2 points. Christian, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. You can hear. Okay, you can hear me. Right. Let me put it this way. I know people like you do not think that violence is the right way to go. So, but for me, because of the because
No,
of
no,
the
Christian, no.
no.
It's not that I
Let
don't
me
think
finish.
so.
I'm coming. I'm
Okay,
saying just I want to
right.
make it this thing. Just let me make a statement. Then I will come. I will say for me,
All right.
I know that the only way that my people are going to be free is through the violence. But let me come. If you people, those of you who are interested in non-violence, right? This is the way to go about it. First of all, I started by talking about ethnicity. The recognition of ethnicity as very important binding force will go a long way. And say like now in Nigeria, as you are looking at it, where any attempt to carry out protest or revolution or this, we have to be organized along the ethnic lines. That way, and then let me put it this way: how is going to happen? Say like the Yorubas will go to Ekiti, Lagos, Ondo, every of their state capital with their own constitution or whatever they believe, and protest to their local leaders and ask them to adopt the values they want them to adopt. Then the Igbos will go back to their east, and then the Benwes, the middle belt will go back to their destiny, because I don't think that the North are interested. They will not, because they will never allow Nigeria to collapse. So these ones will go back to their ethnic nationality, but the idea of going to Abuja will not work. Why? Because main mention of ethnicity will divide everybody. So if you are protesting in Yoruba land, they won't send the Yoruba police to come and kill you. Because what you are asking is for your local leaders to adopt your values. Those in the East will protest along their own destiny and say those, their leaders, local leaders should adopt their own values. So we leave Abuja out of it. Nobody should go to Abuja. That is the only way that any meaningful revolution can happen in Nigeria. Because the reason why is that I listen to a lot of people like you, Farah Rotimi, Mayegu, all these people who are interested in dividing Nigeria or a new Nigeria, as they call it, or restructuring Nigeria. And then they will keep up talking about ethnic bigot. Look, the word ethnic bigot has another name in English word. It is called nationalist. Okay, ethnic bigot has a word in another English word called nationalist. So you have Scottish nationalists, you have English nationalists. So when we are talking, when we understand these things and stop using ethnic bigotry, then we can work with our own people, whether we call ourselves liberal, or we call ourselves conservatives, or we call ourselves whatever. We must work together within our own national ethnic nationality and talk to hold those who are leading us in that ethnic nationality responsible for our woes. Nobody should go to Abuja, because the problem of Nigeria today is because of the diversity. I give you an example. Okorocha, for instance. Okorocha tomorrow can be made a Nigerian president. But I can bet you that if he contests for his town union president general, he may fail. Why? Because they know him there. So, but now in Nigeria, my own criminal is better than your own criminal. So I will support my own criminal. That has been the problem. So let's understand it, the word ethnicity, because the English people, they call it, they come and take us ethnicity, why they call it nationality. So every European country here is one nation, ethnic nationality. Do you know how, if you go to Germany today, you will not realize that there used to be East or West Germany. Why? Because they are one ethnic nationality and they come together without any problem. If you go to Czech,
Czech divided into two.
If you go Czech and Czechoslovakia, okay, if you go to Czech and Slovakia, you won't know that they used to be one country before. So I'm telling you, the problem of Africa is not understanding the natural laws. These natural laws, they have wide applications, whether we like it or not. It has wide applications. And unless we come down to that, we are not going anywhere. So
thank you very much.
For me, the only way is go through the national
local
representative
local leader. Thank you very much, Austin.
Yeah,
I mean, Christian.
Yes.
Christian, thank you again and again and again and again. I'll come back to you. I know I said thank you again and again and again. Besides thanking you, it's not that I don't. You see, one of the reasons why I don't want us to go on that path of violent. I mean, I don't know what word to use is because when it starts, there's no hands to it. There may be no hands to it. That is my fear. Okay, but you said a very, very important point, which I'm going to throw to KJ. KJ, welcome on the floor. Thank God you came because also you asked me a question yesterday, which I think we are going to address here together. I couldn't address it yesterday, so Christian said something important. For us to achieve this division, each body crying for their own nation should carry a placard, take the protest to their local representative. I stand to be corrected, Christian, if I'm not quoting you right.
I mean local governors and state assemblies, and then ask them to adopt the laws or like if, for instance, what I'm trying to say is that if they aggregate, like those intellectuals aggregate, they will come and say, okay, this is Yoruba nation, they will have made up these laws. They will go there and force them to adopt it first, and then later on they can now reorganize the constitution or whatever, but they must have to present them something to that constitution. Let them adopt it as their own constitution.
Do you agree with that, KJ? Today your panel is not a moderator. Good afternoon to you. The floor is yours. You are muted, please.
Okay. I'm trying to understand what he's saying, but I want to there's something he touched on which the world is is adapting now, which I think is a bit wrong, because sometimes society, and for whatever reason, get up and they begin to want to twist language to suit their own political leaning. Race is a division of people based on physical characteristics. Ethnicity is a characterization based on language and common ancestry. Nationality refers to citizenship in a particular nation. Let's not make these things look as if, I mean, now going to say nationalism means that you are becoming it's now become, go pandering to to one side. It's not right. The meaning of those words remain the way they are. It cannot be altered. However, if you have an argument, you can canvass it and stand by it. But, what I'm trying to deal with right here is, let's not give terms that are not necessarily because the West is talking about it in that order. So we must also imbibe it in our own custom, to our own society. No, it doesn't count. Okay, race and nationality and ethnicity can never be the same thing, and it will never have the same meaning. And if you study nations, there's what is called ethics. Ethics means people who have come together based on a particular culture and tradition. Okay, it's not going to change. All right. If we are dealing with the Nigerian issue, the better we understand where we are. It's insincerity in governance. Right from the whistle that was blown, there was insincerity in the coming together, in the handling of nation. People who want to go far don't lie to themselves. If you most of us are married here, you don't lie to your wife. When you sit down to have a conversation, you tell yourself the plain truth, how the finances are running, how you should manage the children. You don't say, okay, you say one thing and you are doing the other thing, which is exactly what Nigeria, we've seen in the last few years that we have been able to understand Nigeria as a nation. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying to say, before these people were captured and put in that geographical location called Nigeria, they were all nations of themselves. They were all coming together. We're all, joined based on their tribe, okay, based on their race. That is their common ancestry. All right. So now, if we come together as Nigeria, are we supposed to first of all deny our ancestry and say now that we are Nigerians, therefore our ancestry does not matter? No. What we do is what every other nation have done and succeeded. We understand our differences. We live. We now craft our laws to suit our differences, so that nobody feel marginalized and nobody feel oppressed. If we do that, then everybody will feel that your contribution, irrespective of how many you are, whether people are just 50 in your tribe or you are 1 million, you will feel that your feelings matter. You will feel that your condition matter. You will feel that the nationhood is taking care of you. But when the nationhood is crafted to suit one particular people and begin to segregate the people into divisions, it becomes a problem, not only for that present generation, but for the generation who do not even understand how that thing came about. Now we are asking questions. The questions we're asking, maybe if my father was still alive, he will not ask it because he knows how they got to that point. But I'm asking that question because I don't know how we got to this point. I've seen other nations, I've lived in other nations, and they don't behave like we behave in our nation. So the question now be, why is it that it's only our own that is peculiar? Okay? Is it that when the colonialists left, then our own people now became the colonialists in our present day? So much so that their lives are better than the ordinary Nigerian? So much so that we now have become masses. We're no longer citizens. And that's why a senator, you elected him yesterday, today he'll tell you, please, with this, we're doing this thing for the masses. For the masses. You have become a masses. And go look at the term masses, what it means. We are the wretched of the earth. Okay? So I'm trying to understand, my last brother's, position, but I'm also saying.
Yeah, because what we're saying now, in terms of, I started with Olumide, and you've also been in a position of let my people go. You know what I mean by that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And that was what Christian was trying to say.
Caveat.
Hold on
caveat.
sorry,
put a caveat to it. Me, when I say let my people go, that's because I am tired of the waste of life, the waste of lives.
What Christian is saying is each group should go to carve out a constitution, a written document, what they want, and take it to their local representative and say, this is what we want. To the state, to the local national assembly, this is what we want. We want you to adopt it. Do you agree with that pattern?
Yes, Christian, I totally, in fact, that's a novelty, what you have suggested. And that will probably solve every other known, because the Jukums that are very little, we sit together and they carve out their own constitution. The Agatu, the Igumale people, these are very small tribes in Nigeria. They will also sit down and on their own decide how they want to contribute and how they want to be part of the nation. The Igbos will sit down and do the same. The Yorubas, the Tiv, the Ijos, the Kanuris, every one of us, okay, the Angas, the Nupe, okay, they will all sit down as a nationality. That's why I will make it. They will sit down as nationality, as a people with common ancestry, and decide how they want to be part of the nation. Then in collective, just like he has said, I agree with that idea. It's so brilliant. I mean, we should push it forward. Okay, they now take that and bring it to the national level, and we now sit on and discuss. You see, when that is done, I think every other form of agitation will come to a conclusion, because
Thank you.
the two place will not be they'll be represented at every time. The Ijos, whoever they are, they'll be represented in that national selection or election that we will be doing. So nobody will be marginalized. I agree with him.
Thank you very much, Austin. I mean, KJ. David, hold on before you come. You know why I'm laughing? all these things we are saying now boils down to one thing. One simple thing that I have been saying all along. This thing, Christian just said, you're taking the matter to your local representative, whichever way you want to take. Is the section 68 and section 110 of the Constitution.
I don't agree with you.
KJ, listen. You may not agree with that section, but the practice, you may not agree with the Constitution, but this practice, the practice that Christian just highlighted, that you agree with, that I also agree with 100%, is we coming together saying, this is what we want. You are not representing us well. This is what we want. And like you said, KJ, that is where the dialogue will start. That is where the change will start from. David, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, I say there's one thing I want us to know. That's why I in the initial time, I wanted to explain something before you stop me. It's not going to work. Why am I saying that it's not going to work? Because Nigeria was programmed. Many of us, we should understand this. Nigeria was programmed as a business. And if you watch very well, those who come...
Hold on. Please, I'm begging you. We are forging ahead here.
Yeah,
you
but
also
you have
made
to know,
the same suggestion. Why are you coming up saying it's not going to work?
listen, that's why I allow me to explain. Then if I go wrong, then if you want to correct me, you correct me. Allow me to finish talk. Why I say it is not going to work is this. Nigeria was programmed. What if you watch, when there is an election, the people will vote, but their vote did not count. Their vote wouldn't count. If you watch all the election that have been going on in Nigeria, they always appoint somebody to be on that road, not who the people vote for. It has been happening since. Now, there is no way you go to a local government, or maybe a kind of a state will rise up and go to their governor and say, this is what we want. Go and present it and debate on it. It won't work, because those people were appointed for a purpose. So the only thing we have to understand is this, that Nigeria has to be dismantled, and then everybody will now go and reorganize themselves. If we are to come together, then we come together as a union. Are you getting me? The people we have to agree to themselves, they are coming together, not somebody else will now say, bring these people together and join them together and make them one. It's another people that form Nigeria, not Nigeria themselves, not the indigenous of themselves that form that entity. Suppose that it is our grandfathers that sit together and form Nigeria and call it Nigeria, it could have been working. Try to understand the fundamental problem we have in Nigeria. The problem is that it was programmed for a purpose, and that purpose is something that, to you to make it work, you have to dismantle it and then reorganize things. It's just like if you are building a house, you discover that the foundation was wrong. You have to put that house down and restate that house and do the foundation well, correct all the mistake there, then continue to build. I always say that all of us are one people, but the problem that the way Nigeria was stated, we can't stay together. You can say it till tomorrow. Let me give you an example. Let me give you one example. Sorudo, before he became the governor of Anambra State, he was talking about this the issue of Biafra, how the Biafra are agitating. He was warning all the governors the way to go in order to calm this situation. Now he himself as governor, what has he do to calm the situation? Because when he entered that seat, he now see that this seat, he is not going to do his will. There are people who own the power there that will control him on what to do.
Okay.
So these are the things I want us to understand.
Christian, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, he is asking for a way to find a non-violent solution to the problem of Nigeria, to dissolving Nigeria. Okay, so Nigeria is no bigger than Soviet Union. Soviet Union disintegrated along ethnic nationalities. To my brother that said, when I say ethnicity and nationality, look, nationality is almost like the same thing as ethnicity. He ends up saying that they existed as nations before they amalgamated them into one giant nation. So there's no difference between ethnicity, Igbo ethnic group, and Igbo nationality. Okay, because Igbos are the citizens of the ethnic Igbo nation. Okay. Now, the reason why I said, and I want to explain this properly so that you understand it. The way Nigeria is structured is such that if you go to Abuja for demonstration, the man there will say to his ethnic nationality, you want to take him out of power. And then that is the end of SARS. That was the reason why SARS failed, because as soon as they introduced ethnic nationality, the end SARS ended because many people thought it was Igbo trying to destroy Yoruba nation. So what I have suggested is simple. It's a protest. We call it a protest, call it revolution. It's not just ordinary engagement. This is something that has to be done. People, those of you who are intellectuals pushing for Nigeria restructuring, who are pushing for this dismantling of Nigeria, you have to understand that this has to be done along ethnic nationalities. So if Igbo nationals will be asked to go to the Igbo lands, Igbo states, and protest and make sure that their own state governments, their own state legislatures adopt that constitution. So those in the Abuja will stay there. When you people have adopted this is your constitution. So when those in Abuja start reacting, okay, when they will start reacting, two things. The one way they will start, the way they can react, either they put military or police to come and stop the protests, or they will now start negotiation. So if they start, if they wouldn't do the first, because if they take the military or the army to go and kill the Yorubas, will the Yoruba army kill the Yoruba people? Or will the Igbo army come and kill the Igbo people? Or will they send, Igbo Yoruba people to go and kill the Igbos and send the Igbo people to go and kill Yorubas? They will not work. They will find it difficult. They will find challenges in that. But if they then say, okay, let's talk, okay, then people will insist, because it's now you are caught in your power to say, well, The only talk we are going to talk is when we have adopted this constitution among ourselves. Okay? Then nobody will tell the Abuja people that Nigeria is disintegrated. That's how Russia disintegrated. That's how Russia disintegrated.
Thank you, Chris. Listen, you know what? I will cut this part. I will tell Rudolph, honestly. This is, to me, I think this is the way forward. I also look at it on the flip side. It may also ginger those people in Abuja or those in power to say, you know what, the people have woken up. It's not business as usual again. That is the way I see it, KJ. But David said we should dismantle everything. I really don't understand.
Yes, that dismantling is exactly what is happening. You know, when people are demonstrating and forcing the legislators to adopt the constitution they want. Right? The constitution they want, the people want to adopt. Nobody will tell Abuja that their own game is over, because they derive their power. They derive their power from these nationalities.
Yeah.
And if those power are no longer there, so what are they operating on? That is how Russia disintegrated.
Olumide is not there. It's probably busy. KJ, Olumide, did you hear the argument of Christian?
That what?
Okay. Olumide is not there. I'll come back to you.
I heard.
You know, you were sleeping, Olumide. It's all right. Keep sleeping. I'll come back to you.
I heard a part of it. I heard. But
Olumide, you are tired. You've been on this thing since yesterday.
I heard a part of it.
Okay. I'll come back to you.
The conundrum with that thing for me is that, I'm not going to kid myself. You see those House of Assembly, those National Assembly, they're all just crap. I don't think about crap. So they were all derived and formed from that flawed document called Constitution.
Okay.
NINAS has a template. They should go. See, there are civil society organizations that there are lawyers, there are people of how would I say it? People of articulate minds. That there are a lot of suggestions out there, and that foundation they have there is nothing but crap.
Olumide,
they need to
let me tell you something.
The
solution that Christian just profile now in terms of agitation for succession is the best so far. I can tell you that. Better than even the one I have profiled so far. I can tell you. And I will tread on that.
Agitate in what sense?
I will go because you were sleeping, so I can understand. I forgive you. I'll come back to you, Olumide. KJ, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, like you said, yeah, that's a novelty that Christian came up with there, and it will be something worth sitting down and having a go at. You see, the challenge the Nigerian society face is the nationality against politicians. And just like somebody alluded before I came into I was listening behind. Okay, the people who are holding Nigeria from developing is not necessarily the tribes. It is the politicians. It is the politicians. I repeat myself. People that are holding Nigeria from developing is not the Nigerian people. The ordinary Nigerian in the street likes to work. He wants to do something. Those of you who live in the US, you see how the US runs. The US economy is sustained by small companies. Small companies, not the multinationals that we see. The multinationals play a role. But what keeps America going is individual companies. They are not harassed. Nobody comes to harass you, lock your shop from not doing business. Nobody harass you to pay double taxation. Nobody harass you. Look, the enabling environment is made, very conducive. You can even get loan without necessarily selling your father's inheritance before you can get a loan from bank to do business. That is why the economy is working 247. They are working 247. Now, in the Nigerian context, the politicians are considering themselves to a nation among the Nigerian nation. Okay, and why it's going to be difficult is because even right now, majority of the people representing these communities are not even the people elected by the community people. They are people appointed by certain powers who think they are the owners of Nigeria. They call themselves the owners of Nigeria, and I'm sure this term is not new to anybody listening. Okay, and there was a time a particular journalist in Channel Television went around and say he was looking for the owners of Nigeria. And he had, interviewed a lot of people, which, are all around Nigeria, and asking them. And the question is, are you people the owners of Nigeria? All of them seem to deny. But we all know that when these politicians want to seek for office, elected positions, they go to those people. Okay, they try and meet those people and get their views. And depending on what those people say, they are either elected or not elected. The question is, how can the Nigerian people defeat those forces? Because this brilliant idea, which will eventually solve every other person's problem, will not be allowed to go forward. Because there have been other brilliant ideas in terms of development, which our politicians scuffled. Okay? They didn't allow it to see the light of day. Not only in terms of adjustment of the Nigerian nation as a people, but even development like electricity and all that. Is electricity is it a new technology? No. Is there any further research on how light can be provided? That is electricity current can be, no, that research has been concluded long time ago. People are now enjoying electricity. How come the Nigerian situation is different? You see that it is not only because of the political will, but the political position taken by these individuals who are said to be continuously milking the Nigerian people of their wealth, of their livelihood. Sometimes you see, when like the topic the assertion he made, the people that are going to fight it are the people who are themselves call themselves the representative of the people, because he represents the people that, did you see, I don't know how many of you watched it, the interview that Shemo held one of the senators to account on the national TV. He couldn't speak anything. He couldn't say anything that is meaningful. He asked me a pertinent question. Do you think in good honesty, in good conscience, you can say it is right that people are making so much, you're taking so much millions home where people are suffering, and you even want to add it by driving a vehicle worth 100 and something million naira in the midst of people who are, some people can't eat 1 square meal? He couldn't answer. I couldn't, answer it properly. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say, yes, it's a brilliant idea, because you know what? If you people are 5 in your tribe, the 5 of you will sit down and say, okay, we don't want to be called fish organization. We want to be called the goat organization. And this is our reason on how we will now want to. Yes, please don't laugh. This is how we want to interact with Nigeria. Then the 5 of you will elect somebody amongst you, not appoint, not go back to the representative that are in the house now. Those ones are representing themselves, are not representing anybody. They're not representing anybody. They're representing themselves. They were handpicked by authorities that are against the Nigerian development and put there, And they even said to themselves, one of the things that annoyed me the most, with some of them, there was a day in a member of the House of Assembly was saying, we are the sovereignty of Nigeria. Since the Nigerian people elected us, they have lost their sovereignty. I was so angry with that statement. I said, this is what they tell people.
KJ is frozen. Paul, come to the floor. Once KJ come back, it will welcome to the floor. I'm not sure if you've been following.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me conclude. I don't know. My network my network has been misbehaving. Okay, so that is why it is. It's a brilliant idea. If we can muster it and bring it to pass, everyone side of Nigeria will have peace. I'm telling you the truth, because it will be people that the people pick themselves that will go and represent them. I give an example of that's my last comment. I give an example of an Igbo community where I come from. The community is governed by 8 grades. Every 8 grade makes a contribution. You select somebody that will go and represent you people in the general meeting. And if the person doesn't represent you people well, when you give you an instruction, he doesn't present it the way people want. The next year, he's not going to come back there. They will take him out. The age grade will meet and say, no, this man, the last time we told you, this is what we say you should say. You didn't say it that way, so you're not going back. And that is how it's done. There's no fight about it. We will choose somebody else. Okay? So we must come to that point where we will be the people choosing our own leaders. And when they don't behave well, we will deal with them the way we want. If that comes it, Nigeria will move forward. But you see, again, let me answer the question because I almost forgot. But whether you are going to say we dismantle Nigeria right now to start afresh, no, it won't happen. Those guys will not agree, first and foremost. Secondly, it will become anarchy because if you leave a 200 million people without governance for some days,
It's
I
a
mean,
problem.
happen. It will be clear. Yeah, so that will not.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Paul, the floor is yours. Thank you for joining. I'll come to you, Christian and David. I'm gonna take Olumide, is he sleeping or not? I'm not sure if he's sleeping there. Okay. Okay, when he comes back, I'll put it. Okay, he's back. Okay. So Paul, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you and good morning. When I heard Christian give his assertions, and I thought I don't think it will work for now because how divided the country can be is the same how divided we are in our churches, in our mosques, in our family. If sometimes when you see some family had issues, you say maybe because it's polygamous home. Then when you see family that is not polygamous, just between siblings, we still have these issues. So I strongly believe that it's not going to be happen where there'll be a time where everybody will just reason in one accord, which means somebody is convincing us, and that person that will convince us, probably that person will just be the president that we have, the leader that we have. There will be leaders, a good leader that can also champion that leadership. You know, a situation where we have a good president and the governor is not doing well. That president will be the person that will champion, let us understand why the governor is not doing well. These are the type of money he's getting. And what is he doing with the money? I wonder how the governor will want to deny. Today, if Adeola Faye will challenge the House of Representatives, they will deny with their salary. But just imagine if we have the best, the nice, a very good senator or a very good speaker of the House. How would that House of Rep man want to deny that he didn't get the money when the speaker says, this is what you earn? When this Senate president will say, this is what you earn, where the president will say, this is what the governor earn, this is what he get on a security vote. What are you doing with that? Because I strongly believe that we just have bad leadership, and KJ explained that part very well. Yeah, we might divide for all we care, but in our different units and everything is being corrupt, bastardized. Because truth be told, these people don't really represent us. They represent themselves. They pick themselves there. They just do all this shit, like all elections here and there and the likes. But they are not representing us. And whenever they take power, they remember the countless nights that they are not sleeping, that we are sleeping. Now that they hold power, we want to tell them, go and represent us. No, they didn't do it for us. They do it for themselves, and they work hard tirelessly because there are so many thieves among them, and one of them succeed to take that power. And that's exactly what they are doing.
Okay,
Yeah.
Paul,
Then if I want to go another way, sorry, please. If I want to go another way around with Christian, what Christian said and everything. One of the ways I believe that Nigeria can even split to some extent, we just also need to challenge the other zone that don't even want this split in Nigeria, challenging them in the sense that let us do everything possible to develop that place. You know, when you develop those people to some extent, like every resources we get from the north, you understand, the government is literally not making any revenue from the north. You know, big men make revenue from the north with all their mineral and natural resources. Then when government started getting resources from the north and the likes, that's when you see, even though the north that happened first to say they want to go their separate way. That is when you see they want to go. But right now, when they understand very well that the south is the one that is taking care of them, I don't think the north will just watch and say, we agree to go when they've not even planned themselves very well that okay, these people leave. How do we govern ourselves? It's going to be hard. That's my take for now.
Okay, Paul, I stand to be corrected. From your argument, you are sounding as if there is no light at the end of the tunnel. From what you
For now,
just
yes.
said, like there's no light at the end of the tunnel, so we cannot achieve. We will not be able to achieve anything.
Yes, for now.
When you say
It
for
is
now,
possible, but for now, yes.
when you say for now, can you? For now, it's just in empty space. Can you give it some 10 years, 50 years, 2 million years?
You know the funny part of it, because Nigeria have what it takes to grow very fast. Because truth be told, when you look the North today, they not even have what the world is looking for today. All the minerals and the natural resources we are talking today, good percentage of them are deposited in the North. You understand? Are we tapping these things? The answer is no.
Well,
are we tapping these things as an individual in Nigeria? The answer is yes.
Okay, going by Christian solution that he provided, I agree with. For everyone, I mean, for those people like Olumide clamoring for Yoruba nation, those clamoring for Oduduwa nation, those clamoring for Ogoni nation, and everything in their locality to carve out their own constitution or what they want and go to their local rep in their constituency and governors and put that demand in front of them. Why do you think that will not work?
That's a good thing. That's a good way to run any nations that you can think of. But you know the beauty of it. Remember that this same politician that we're talking about, they come to us when they need us. And remember, to some
Yes,
extent,
but we
we
are not
tell them
going
these
to
things,
them.
and they are part of us before they go their different ways. They go do the things that they are doing. So they really know what we want. But that is not anywhere what they want, because if they go that route, it's not going to be possible.
I,
Let me tell you. Let me
I'm
tell you
not.
another funny thing again. Like I said again, just look the way we live in the West today. You see these so-called big Nigerian men children. They just come here. They pay as international students. They pay 3 times school fees. Where we that live here, that have kids here, that
Okay.
are citizens, we
Paul,
push our kids so much to go get scholarship because we understand that
Paul,
the tuition fee
Paul,
is very expensive.
we're talking about Nigerians at home, and we want to see how we can change this status quo or this narrative, or it's all about solution and solution. We are not in denial. We've not
Yeah,
tried
good
it.
leadership. Good
We've not
leadership.
we've not we've not tried it.
Good leadership will bring
Yeah.
disruption among them. Good leadership. Let it
Christian, can
come
you
within
disrupt?
them, inside them. Inside them, good leadership will bring disruption among them.
Okay.
Yeah.
KJ, I sent you a message in the private chat. Can you look at it? If Christian, the floor is yours, then I'll go to David, then I'll go back to KJ. KJ, I sent you a message
Okay.
in the private chat. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. When you say good leadership among them, we destroy them. Actually, I've said it before. Leadership is not the problem of Nigeria, because leadership is a vector. Leaders are vectors. They only distribute the bowling green from flowers, and what the flowers have is what they distribute. And those things are what we call diversity. Am I coming out? Am I still here? Hello? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say in effect is this. One, we are not looking at a situation where we go and beg the so-called representatives. We know that we didn't elect them. We are forcing them, and that is what you people call revolution, or what you call because you people are talking about non-violent way of dismantling Nigeria or restructuring Nigeria. And I'm saying to you, the only way is to understand the power of ethnicity. That's the heart of it. Because this thing they call humanity is not anything, it's vague. So if we understand and emphasize it, and not talking about ethnic bigots, and that's where I thought when I saw somebody say, when I said those another name for ethnic bigot is ethnic nationalists. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to say is this: if we are calling out for people to protest, for revolution, it has to be prepared by intellectuals, those of you who want to do it in a more sophisticated way. By one, you have the constitution that you print out and circulate among yourself and look at it. People will now buy into it and say, this is okay, this looks good for among the Igbo people. This looks good for people in Yoruba nation. This looks good for Ijo or whoever, where they are. Okay. Now, do it, and first of all, that is the first stage. That will give people, educating people in that sense. Now, the second thing is you call out people on the streets. We know that it will be a long haul, so you have to be prepared for it. The reason why I say it has to be done along ethnic nationality is because if the Yorubas are protesting in Lagos, in Ondo, in Etiti, in all these places, nobody will come and say it's the Igbo that is inspiring them. If the people are protesting in Enugu, nobody, Enugu, Owerri, Aba, or Onisha, or Oka, nobody will say, oh, the Yorubas are pushing them. Now, if you then start asking your governors, the legislators, to adopt this particular legislation, okay, in that adoption of that particular constitution, right? You have already, adoption of it means that there's a governance. It's already, you have created a different structure in governance. That's what it means. Adopting it means you have created a different structure in governance. You can make provisions for, say, like the governor then will now conduct the election, all these things, So it has to be detailed. It has to be done. Educate people about them. As long as you keep on educating people, that's why, if somebody mentioned Soludo here, I'm highly disappointed with him because I was expecting him to be holding what you call a kind of calling for workshops on this Biafra issue or whatever, but he's not doing that anyway. He wanted debate, but it's not helping to carry out that debate. But what I'm saying is, it is better done by not people in power, but people outside the power, because they are not controlled by the money or the constitution or anything, or they have no inhibition in carrying out their jobs or carrying out what they're doing. Okay. The reason why IPOB is very strong is because they are not have anything to do with government. So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to say to you is that for those of you who do not want to violent breakup of Nigeria, we have to start teaching people to understand that there is power in ethnicity that will make it possible for them to aggregate and segregate among themselves. But then after that, then, like I said, once you adopt that in Igbo land or in Igbo nation or Yoruba nation, though nobody will tell Abuja that they have no power anymore. As for the reaction of the North, I don't know what they will do. Will they come, will they carry out, will they start a war, or will they do these things? But then, there's no army. There's no one that will send the army to go and crush the Yorubas who are protesting.
Okay,
and
Christian,
nobody will. Yes.
Thank you. I've heard you, and your point is well taken. I want to ask Paul, because Paul seems to be on the other side. of your argument. So what way do you think it can better achieve without following this way that Christian has laid out right now?
So according to Christian said leadership is not our problem, but our biggest problem is leadership. You understand? The people from Europe that moved down to America, it decimates the indigenous people in America, what we call the Native Americans. But when they recognize them and they take care of them back, you understand? Remember, not to the level where the indigenous people want, but they recognize them, they give them certain incentives and everything. They are living their peace and quiet life. It brought a lot of peace to them. You understand? And everything. That's we work. We see crazy people, crazy, nasty politicians in the West here. But when they take power, they still go back and still do development. They still give people infrastructure, basic amenities of life, and everything, which means great love for their people, make them even become something that we don't really understand. But when they handle power, they use power for the right cause. The Donald Trump we have today is not a good man. The Joe Biden we have today, they are not good people. You understand? But when they take power in that different way, they represent their people. You understand?
So, excuse me, sorry to interject. Sorry, let me interject a little bit.
No.
He's contradicting himself. He's contradicting himself.
Don't worry, Christian. You all have your chance. This is his chance. This is his idea. Let him put it forward. Then we can all talk about it. And don't be afraid. I'm going to moderate in such a way that each of you can ask the other person a question. If he throws a question to you, I'll definitely come back to you. So be patient. Just let him go ahead and go.
So what do I mean? I want to use Christian's phrase. If Governor Chukwuma Soludo did not do anything towards this Biafran thing that he spoke well before he contested the election, or getting to power, choose not to do anything, and Governor Soludo started bringing massive development to the people of Anambra State. Good percentage of the people of Anambra State ideology will still switch again. You see some people who are hardened follower of the so-called Biafran way to bring lights to the people of the Southeast to start changing. You understand? So at the end of the day, when you give people life, you give people light, you bring great development, people will change. Because at the end of the day, everything that I am saying here that is completely different from you, or what you're saying that is different from me, if we bring development, if we bring peace to the people, we will change in a different way. That's all I'm saying for now.
Okay, thank you so much. And yes, before I come to Christian, Dave, I heard you earlier on what you said, but you heard what Paul said. In trying to bring your own, part of the argument, can you also factor in what Christian and Paul have said earlier? Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
We are almost in a kind of similar argument, but the problem here is that we try to understand that Nigeria was programmed by another person, not even the indigenes of that entity. Because there is a difference between if me and you from one tribe and we sit down and say, this is the kind of union we will form. We that form it will know how to run it. But if somebody from another place come down and call us and say, this is the union you people should have, that person form it for a purpose. And that purpose that he formed it for, imagine that if anybody wanted to contest to be a president in Nigeria, he will now go to United Kingdom to do debate and speak to the people to know what he will do when he will be elected as a president in Nigeria. All this things make us to understand that the power that runs Nigeria is in United Kingdom. And anything that will affect Nigeria will threaten the purpose which United Kingdom formed the country. So what I'm saying is that the massive, and let me bring out this point, the media or this internet we are inside we have to cultivate that habit of giving our people the reason why Nigeria should not continue, because a lot of debt are going on. And there is no way that debt will stop if Nigeria is not dismantled. Because if you watch very well, when you contest election, you win. You can only be elected when you agree to do the bid of United Kingdom. This is one thing we have to understand. And if you fail to, Ihedioha have win in Imo State, because Ihedioha have failed to do what they want him to do, they remove him and bring Hope Uzodinma. And you see what Hope Uzodinma is doing in Imo State. And they are making it in a way that any group or any tribe that wake up to rise against the governor, they will send either police or military to begin to kill the citizens, and they have made it to the point that the people are now fear to rise up against them. And this is the reason why those are in the media has to play a lot of part to raise the people conscience to know that the power is in their hands. They have to rise up and demonstrate, because when they start the demonstration, revolution may come up, then Nigeria will be dismantled. After then, it's good that Nigeria stay, even if it is 1 month without a government, and later come back for the benefit of the people, than to say we don't want it. If we give that vacance of some a leadership, and there will be anarchy. Yes, there must be an anarchy, but at the end, we got it right.
Okay,
that is the point I try to make.
Your point is well taken, and I'm going to take your point and buttress it for Olamide before I come to Kolata. I see you. I see all the people who are coming, and I welcome you all. I'll be with you in 1 minute after Olamide take this question. Olamide, the last speaker, David, has said that it doesn't matter if there is anarchy for some months or some days, but the most important thing that I want you to pack into your answer is that he said, and which is true. Someone's audio is telling us, which is true. He said that in Nigeria, before you become president, you go outside and do your manifesto and presentation to Chatham House. It's only after you have done that you come back to the people you are supposed to govern to now, begin to do this. So is that supposed to be, is that part of the whole the West have over Nigeria, that we as the people cannot make a decision and it to be brought to pass by our government? Can you factor that in while you answer or take your position in this debate?
So my own take on that is that the West will always want to wield influence, no matter what, to gain access to resources. You understand? But even at that, they are not the ones stealing monies that we read about in the papers every day. They are not the one misplacing priorities, by not prioritizing projects for the people every day. So that one is just a minor. That one is a minor excuse. I'm not going to belabor myself with that issue of even though candidates went to Chatham House to deliver their manifesto, they are not the ones. It wasn't Chatham House that rigged the election. So that. But I want to highlight something. There's something I want to highlight. So we are talking about either Chris is talking about us going to meet our elected representative or going through that route or going through that channel and saying that leadership is not the problem. Well, I don't believe with that. Leadership is part of the problem. It's not just the only problem, but leadership is a very big problem. Because if leadership is misplacing or stealing 80 to 90% of the resources of the people, then it's a very big problem. It's a very, very big problem, sir. Then two,
yes,
Tinubu might be listening to the agitations of the different ethnic groups who are crying that they want their own country, or they are being marginalized by wanting. He knows that he has seen that one particular one or two ethnic groups are lording themselves over the people. Perhaps that is the reason why we have seen the proposal for a change to the regional system. So he's definitely listening to some group of people. And that is why they are kind of, there's this rumor out there that they want to sponsor a bill to revert back to regional system. So, and the presidency is probably behind it. So he's probably listening to some group. Even though there are so many groups out there that probably would have written to him to say, we want referendum, we want regionalism, we want our own nation, we want this, we want that. So he has probably listened to a particular set of the. But what we are saying is that he has to listen to everybody. Every ethnic group in that space has to matter.
All right.
The indigenous people, they have to matter.
Thank you.
And they have to allow the people decide. It may not necessarily be regionalism. You understand? It could be the federal. They want to keep the federalism. Let's have a referendum of what we want.
Okay. Thank you, Olumide. That's I'm sure that one man went to more just listen to you clearly, and what you are saying in essence is that everybody, irrespective of how many they are in number, as long as they are an ethnic group, they matter, and their interest must be captured in the national interest of Nigeria. And even if we're going to continuously to stay together, people's interests must be captured. What do you say? You must have a different view, or you have the same view. Let's say here from you, one man went to more.
Thank you for having me, KJ. Just as a visceral response, I always have a mental switch off anytime Olumide is speaking. But what is the conversation? Just give me the broad strokes of what you're saying.
The discussion is on whether it's better for us to divide or to remain together, and what are the factors holding Nigeria from moving forward. Is it the imperialists who were in charge of Nigeria, or is it our own people? Some of us have decided that it is our own people that are holding us down. Some of us have said that it is because we are tribes and most people's interests are not captured. Consequently, their development is retarded, and because of that, they want a way out. What's your own take?
Yes, it's that thorny question, isn't it? Everybody agitating for a division in the. I'm not sure how many of the ethnic nations within the Nigerian space can actually stand alone. Their confidence, their potency, all of this chest-based thing that they have, is all wrapped within that Nigerianness. So I am a Yoruba man, I am an Igbo man, I'm an Hausa man. It's all, there are Hausa people in Niger. They don't straddle the world stage with the same potency and confidence as a Nigerian man. There are Igbo people in the Cameroons. They don't straddle. There are Yoruba people in Togo, Niger, Togo, Benin. They don't straddle. So what emboldens you is actually that Nigerianness. So all this, give us we want to this land, Yoruba land. It's all a ruse. It's all a ruse. It's all it's just half puff that's not going to blow anything down. If you look at the underbelly of all of these agitations, it's a narrative of engagement and cohesiveness. So people talk about marginalization. If you want to know who is marginalized in the Nigerian paradigm, it's actually the Hausa people. They are the ones that are marginalized because they don't get the slice of anything. They're probably the largest ethnic stock, but all of this narrative, are we better off apart? Look, if we break apart, then how do we break apart? Because just off the top, I can count 10, 12, 15 ethnic standalone nations bigger than most European countries that have legitimate arguments to form as a nation. And then what is that split? How do you split the Southeast? Who want to take a good portion of the South-South, the South-South resistance to that? How do you split the North? What do you do between the Kanuris and the Fulanis? How do you make that demarcation? People that have been at loggerheads from time immemorial. So it's all a ruse. It's all it's just empty, vacuous noise that rallies people to ethnic nationhood. There is nothing that is going to divide that country. Ultimately, we'll have to find a way to make it converge and form a whole. But it's more a narrative of marginalization. But that marginalization is also a ruse. It's a scam. You know, because nobody is really marginalized, at least outside of the Hausa people, I cannot see an argument that tells me anybody is marginalized within the Nigerian paradigm. Not one argument. So break up, stay together, whatever.
KJ, can I ask one man a question?
Yes,
no,
sir,
no.
I was actually anticipating the heckling from Paul,
Yes,
who usually
allow
heckles me anytime I
allow
come
him
here.
to complete his thoughts. Don't interfere, please. If you have any question, we can always pander to you. Please let him make his contribution. Okay.
So yes, it's all you know, all this narratives of marginalization. It's a negotiating pressure on the central space for a greater slice of the pie. Nothing outside of that. Nobody wants to leave Nigeria. Nobody wants Yoruba nation. Certainly not. I've not met one single individual on this earth that wants Yoruba nation. There is no Igbo man alive that wants Biafra nation. It's all ding dong ding and scammy whatever it is. Not even a scam, because it's a legitimate negotiation pressure on the central space. So the Nigeria is not breaking up. Then absolutely categorically no.
Amen.
Till kingdom come, Nigeria is not breaking up.
Thank you. I like Kulata's submission, and why I say I like it because the debate is now open, and you have taken a position where we can now have a useful debate. Please, no insult, no interfering. I will be fair to all. I give you time. As long as you don't take 10 minutes or more than 5 minutes, you can express yourself, okay, in whichever way, but no insult, okay? Let's just make our views known. All right, haven't heard him. I would have loved to come straight to Olumide. Okay, let me go to Olumide before coming to Chris. Chris, I see you. Let me go to Olumide. Since Olumide want to ask a question, let him ask the question. I see you, righteous man. I will come to you. Olumide,
can you let Chris? I want to organize my.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Train of thought of the question. Let me organize it and I don't want to delay Chris.
Okay, thank you. Righteous man, let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening. KJ, you are doing a great job again today. God will strengthen you the more. Yeah. I disagree with one man. Completely disagreed with him. There is nowhere in history where it has been said that a nation existed till eternity. Nations have existed and broken apart, even within this present civilization we are in. So for him to say till thy kingdom come, I think is a mistake in his understanding of what breaking means. God did not create Nigeria. I repeat, God did not create Nigeria. Nigeria was the creation of the British people for the good of their commercial expansion, not for the interest of a black man. The Igbo kingdom was existing, the Hausa kingdom, the Benin kingdom, the Ife, the Bonu kingdom, they were in existence and they were perfectly okay, you know, based on the civilization of that time. And if Africa was not balkanized in Berlin, I think is in 1832 or thereabout, I don't think that Africa would be this backwards we are today. Imagine a continent that were put in slavery for almost 400 to 500 years. And at the end of the day, they divided us and created borders that does not represent who we are. The same thing is happening in Nigeria or had happened in Nigeria. The present structures we have today as regions were created with animosity. It does not represent the actual boundary of traditional cultural people of a particular race or tribe or group. It was created with an aim to marginalize and to reduce the economic and the numerical strength of certain people. Now, my security guard in my house is from the north. And let me tell you a shocking revelation. He's not an Hausa man. He's not a Fulani. And he told me that they are told that the Hausas own Nigeria. He's a Muslim, okay? And they were forced to learn Hausa language so that it will bind them in the north together. And that was created and made possible by the Britain when they were the one colonizing Nigeria. They made the north to be united and made the south. They balkanized the south, divided the south, that we can never speak in one language. And when one man said, I don't know, there is a way he put it, I can't just really remember right now, about marginalization. See, it depends on how you, in your thinking, you define marginalization. Me as an Igbo man, I'm proud of being an Igbo man, and I can tell you that we are marginalized, and I can mention the areas I feel we are marginalized.
Amen. All right.
You okay?
Can you round up your thoughts quickly? With,
can I respond to that, or how do you want to guide this, KJ? Can I respond to it, or tell me how you want to guide it?
Just hold on, let him round up. Then I can. He's asking you the question.
What I am saying is this: it would be uncivilized for us to think that Nigeria can never break. Anything created by man, even what God created, do die. Talk less of what man put together. And the aim of putting Nigeria together was for the economic benefit of the Britain, and that is what we are suffering today. So let me just end it now.
Thank you. One man, when you go to answer, there's a saying in Nigeria that invisible. Someone has a microphone telling us.
It's a righteous man. Mute, yeah.
Okay. So there's a saying in Nigeria that Nigeria is one indivisible nation and that Nigeria cannot divide. While you are trying to answer his question or try to bring in your own perspective, do you think that Nigeria cannot divide?
Yes, when I said Nigeria will exist till infinity, I was speaking metaphorically, of course. Of course, nothing infinite, but the likelihood of Nigeria existing far well into the future for centuries unending is more of a likelihood than the likelihood of Nigeria breaking up. So that's really the strokes of where I was. But to what Righteous Man was saying, that Nigeria is a creation of the British, you can't really. That is, I'm not going to describe it as a pedestrian sort of, because that would be, that might not come across. But Nigeria as a geographical mass always existed. So the appellation of the name was the addition that the British used to cap it, forming that mapped to define that space. So the British, they did not bring a land from the Antarctic called Yoruba land and come to join it to the shores of where we are now. It's always been there. So the geographical expression itself has always been a geographical mass. So there's always been a Nigeria. The intermeshing between the Igbos and the Yorubas, the Hausas, the Fulanis, a lot of Yoruba words are actually transmutation. The word Adura, which is prayer in Yoruba, it's a transmutation of Hausa Kanuri. So there's always been that. So to say, oh, Nigeria is a geographical expression, forget all that. That's just that's very lazy sort of understand. The geographical mass that constitutes Nigeria has always existed. The intermeshing of those intricate relationships within all of the ethnic stocks that now form the artificial border drawn by these Europeans have always existed. So Nigeria has always been there. The appellation and the geographical mapping was just the latter addition by the British. So Nigeria has always existed, and the likelihood of Nigeria not existing is very remote.
All right. Thank you. Thank you again for your concise answer. I'm coming to you, David. I'm coming to you, Christian. Welcome, AY. And you see what he has said is very pertinent. But I want to add, yeah, I see, I agree that that location called Nigeria has always existed. But are you going to not factor in the volcanization of Africa when it was partitioned by the West and then eventually given to different nations to rule or to govern or to exploit? So while I try to bring in Christian, Christian, can you also in your response put in this factor? Is it that geographical location had remained and was just given a name Nigeria, or somebody had to put those things together and call them Nigeria? Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you. I will leave soon anyway, so please just give me a little bit. Let me summarize what I have said before, so that I can begin to understand, make people understand where I stand. Now, the issue of Nigeria being, a mass, or that have existed. UK just exited from European Union. It hasn't left Europe, right? Does that make sense? So all these things are existed. So when I started from the point of view, the intellectual, those who are intellectuals will always say that there is what we call natural laws. And these laws have wide or universal applications. And I have also told you that there is a body of knowledge called science of taxonomy or classification. And the reason why we classify things is because they are different. And I have also told you that ethnicity is a unit of classification that separates or binds a group of people, segregates, if you like, a group of people from another, okay, based on certain values, history, language, religion, customs, etc. And I have also told you that based on this, it is very important to understand that if you start bringing everybody together, say in the name of humanity, you are making mockery of the natural laws, and it will resist and it won't work. Okay? And that is why it hasn't worked in Nigeria. And in places where this has happened, they never lasted, they never worked. And where, like I was giving an example in Germany, I've given an example in Czechoslovakia. Now, I've also come to tell you the reason, the way, because, the reason why, okay, the one I haven't told you is that the reason why Nigeria is still existing is because of the oil and gas reserves that are embedded in Igbo land, in Ejo land, and in, maybe some other places. Okay? Now, that is the reason why Nigeria hasn't broken. And that's the reason why the Biafran War was fought. Now, I haven't told you this, but I want to tell you this, okay? Now, as for whether it is, and that is the reason why I told you earlier that I personally do not think that there will not be a violent end to Nigeria. But I do not want to go there, because what you have said to me is limited me to the non-violent approach to dismantling Nigeria. And I have said to you, the best way to dismantle Nigeria is to understand the importance of ethnic nationality in this space called Nigeria. The power to aggregate and the power to segregate. And that is why you have problem in harmonizing the different the divergent value system into a coherent legal framework that everybody in Nigeria can accept. And because you don't have this coherent legal framework that works for everybody in Nigeria, that is why every part of Nigeria they take the part of the constitution that they want and live and don't obey the other part. And that is even the reason why government don't even obey its own laws, its own constitutions. Okay? And that is the reason why it is difficult to have development. And it will be extremely difficult to have development in Nigeria because the legal system and the legal jurisprudence, there's no justice and equity that comes from these two. Okay. Because the laws are not based on their values.
Okay, you got.
And they get just to summarize, just a little bit. Sorry, you know. So I've told you what you can do as a way of going about it non-violently. Okay, and just let me end there because I do not want to start going to this marginalization or non-marginalization. Marginalization is a symptom.
Okay.
It is not a disease. It's a symptom of bad governance.
That space. We can open up that space.
And bad governance.
Yeah.
One man wants to
apologies to you, but I want to know how you are marginalized. So if we can have a steady conversation, then we can have that conversation. Because I don't see how you are marginalized.
Listen. Anybody that is telling you that he's fighting for division of Nigeria based on marginalization doesn't understand the reason why we want to disintegrate Nigeria. But I've given you the intellectual argument for disintegrating Nigeria. It is not based on marginalization. Marginalization is a symptom of bad governance.
Thank you. Thank you.
And bad governance is as a result of bad system. And bad system is as a result of incoherent rationalization of all the diverse value systems in Nigeria. And that's why we cannot have a very good constitution in Nigeria.
I think you have made
understand.
That is clear. Yeah.
All right. KJ, can I just 30 seconds?
Hold on 1 minute. Yeah, because I wanted David to come in because David had a different view from Christian. Christian, we appreciate your contribution and we appreciate indeed everybody's contribution.
Yeah, I will leave now. So next time, I hope to join you next time.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Take care. All right, David, you have heard the argument so far. What's your take, sir?
Thank you very much. This also is my last submission because I want to also do something else. You see, I agree with Christian totally because there is some certain things we have to understand. It is not because of marginalization that Nigeria needs to disintegrate. First of all, look at the kind of debt that is going on in Nigeria. The kind of debt that even where there is war, such type of debt doesn't happen. At least there's a reason why all those things are happening. Secondly, you can see Nigeria did not agree to themselves. Yoruba say my own people, Igbo say my own people, Northerners say my own people. That means when two cannot agree to themselves, how can they stay together? All this reason is because they are not the one that formed that name called Nigeria. Because the problem we are having here is that name, Nigeria. It was British that formed and give that name. We were not sitting together and say, we want to have a union. We want to be together. And this is the way we want to go. It was Britain that said, put these people together for this purpose. And that purpose is what is happening in Nigeria, only for business. Look at all the people we are elected. They're only elected to fill their pockets. They are not after the mercy. They are not. If you ever eventually rise up against anyone, he will cut out. They will shot the person in order to intimidate people not to rise up against them. So the only way to do all this thing is like the media has to rise up and tell the people, continue to campaign that Nigeria should not continue. Because in doing that, the masses will now rise, a kind of protest, and began to campaign. Or the government should call for a referendum, whether Nigeria should continue or should disintegrate. Because the debt that is going on, it doesn't support, that is not a nation, it's a fair state.
Thank you.
We have to dissolve it.
I appreciate your contribution. And so you are saying, in essence, that this same media that is being owned by the politicians will accept to carry a news saying that the same countries which the politicians are making money from will be now disintegrated. Do you think the media will do that? If you are a media owner in Nigeria and you're a politician, will you allow your station to take something?
Before you answer,
I'm not talking about the media in Nigeria. I'm not talking about the media in Nigeria. I'm talking about the all this when we come for the space, or when we come for, like, as we are in the YouTube like this debating, we should route the voice to the masses, because a crowd are listening to what we are saying here. So I'm not talking about the media in the Nigeria, because those ones are government business. But I'm saying, like, when we go to space
I understand you, Dave. Now, here is what I would say.
Sorry, KJ, let me take my leave. Thank you for having me. Cheers.
Thank you, one man. And okay, forefather have taken one man. Forefather, you're welcome. I hope the forefathers followed you to come. They didn't leave you behind.
Okay. We don't want this to be one-sided, I guess.
KJ, can I ask David a question?
Hold on, AY. I just want to make a comment before I bring you in. So what he's saying in particular is not depending his argument on the Nigerian media, but on the internet space and other independent media to carry this information and spread it. And then why you could keep asking us why did we take off Christian? Christian said he was leaving. We didn't take him off, okay? And he didn't run away because of one man or because of forefather. He said he had something to do. Okay. Even David too will be going. So don't ask us why they are going. They are going because they have something else to do, not because they are running away. All right, AY.
Yeah, I just want to ask David a question. David, I have a question for you and your likes actually. Is Nigeria the only country put together by British? Why is our problem unique? That's one. The second one is if you want to really break out from the country, why don't you push your senators, your representatives to agitate for this? I'm trying to say, why don't you pass through the right channel to do it? Why do you want to do it in the backyard?
Okay, can I?
Thank you.
You are going to answer. So what AY is this? What AY is saying, which is a very valid argument. Every time we talk, it's Nigeria because we are colonized by Britain. Are we the only colonized people, okay, that cannot get over our colony? And secondly, why?
Allow me to answer the question.
You're going to have enough time to answer. Why can't you fall back to your representative, who you have voted, who are representing you from your community, to tell them you no longer want to be part of Nigeria? Let them remove you, or let them go to the floor and canvass for that move to be made on the floor of the Nigerian Senate. Can you give us your answer, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, for the issue of Britain know who we are more than as we know who we are. Now, Britain has a particular purpose of putting Nigeria together to make sure that they subdue East. It doesn't happen for any other country that British colonize. And the reason why they did that is because they know who the Eastern region, the South, are. They know them. And they want them to be caged. Because allowing them to rise is the whole Africa will now rise. This is the number one reason why Britain is the problem in Nigeria. Not because they colonized Nigeria. They colonize other countries. No, those people can take their decision and do what they want. But Nigeria have a special interest in Nigeria to subdue the South. This is number one thing we have to understand. Secondly, the reason why going through the senators or governor to make those things work is because those senators and the governor are not appointed by the people. They are the one that they choose, who agree to do their bid. They now allow them to be in that power. Then the masses cannot go through them. I'll give you an example. When Nnamdi Kanu was raising the issue of Biafra, he called the elders in the southeast and discussed with them, tell them this is what we want. Go to Abuja and debate this. What do? They do another thing. They can't do the bid of the people.
I think
so. This is what we have to understand.
Yes,
so
you have answered the question, Dave, and I appreciate your own side of the argument. And I want to hold on. I think I don't want to mix people up, So, righteous man, can you give your? Because I've been seeing your hand up. I didn't want to call you, but now you have the floor.
Yeah. There are two things here we have to understand. Number one, do we want Nigeria to be one? If you ask me, I will say yes. But under what condition? And what I was debating with one man is saying that is thy kingdom come, that Nigeria cannot divide. Then I debated him to tell him that it's not, that statement is completely wrong. Even things that God himself put together do, expire. Talk less of what man, put together. And Nigeria is a creation of Britain. How? There was southern province. There was South, not Nigeria. And this South, economically, was doing well. And the British government was having a deficit from the North. So in order to have easy administration and have balance, their balance sheet, balance well at the end of their budgetary year, they have to amalgamate the South with the North to form a nation without a due consultation of the traditional owners of these entities or territories that they form together. So my own contest has always been, if we want a Nigeria that works for all other ethnic groups that live in this geographical space called Nigeria should come together and decide the kind of country we want, not the type that Britain created for us. This Nigeria that Britain created is not working because it's one-sided. It favors some people and then makes some people superior to others. And in a federation, it shouldn't be so. It should be equal rights. So now, tell me why, for example, Lagos State with a population of 20-something million, we have only about, I think, 21 local governments. And Kanu, from Kanu, they have created Katsina and another state. Imagine that Katsina has, I think, is it 44 local government or thereabout? What is the population of Katsina compared to Lagos? And some people will argue that
it was Jigawa.
Okay, Jigawa.
Local government.
All right. Okay, Jigawa.
Hold on.
Can you begin to round up?
Jigawa don't have 44 local.
Can you begin to round up?
Canada have 44. Jigawa have 33.
33. Okay, Kanu 44, Jigawa 33. The old Kanu state, they are produced. Okay, if you add the local government areas in Kanu and Jigawa, it is more than what the East is with five states. It's more than. And when AY asks a question, say, why can't your representatives go to the parliament and then canvass for this thing? Now listen, even if you canvass for it, it will go by voting. As long as the numerical strength of the East cannot get the approved vote, there is no way it will sail through, because the North will always use the numerical strength to water everything you bring to the table down. Look at the derivation percentage, 13. Remember during Obasanjo time, the North, the Southeast and South and Southwest worked out. They walked out from the conference because the North opposed it. So what we're looking for is a nation, a Nigeria, where the North and the South will be equal in every aspect, in every ramification, in sharing of things, in distribution of social infrastructure. That is what we are saying for. I mean, what we are canvassing for. Nobody wants Nigeria to disintegrate. But in the condition where Nigeria is today, it's not favoring us. And let nobody deceive himself or herself and say Nigeria can never disintegrate. That language should be withdrawn because there is nothing that lasts forever.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make my contribution now?
Yes, you are coming to your contribution. Now, I just want to ask an extra question before you make your contribution answer. Now, he has touched a very pertinent point also, which is that the representative representing the East and maybe probably other parts of Nigeria don't even represent their people. They just go there on their own personal interests and canvass only what to benefit them. And that's why these people keep putting their constituency funds into their pocket and just doing whatever they want to do. Do you agree with him? And if that be the case, don't you think that we should look for other ways of making Nigeria work other than just saying Nigeria can't divide and then we all continue that order? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, the person where you are. So, righteous man, David, the issue you guys are dragging, to me, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Yesterday, we watched a video here of old general that was making some submission. You see, the reality of Nigeria culture as a country, if you want to be honest to yourself, from 1960, the three major tribes were fully evolved. As a matter of fact, at some point, the Igbo tribe dominated the Nigeria space. At some point, the North will dominate Nigeria space. We need to actually tell ourselves the truth. Because if you want to go back to Nigeria history, you will open some kind of worm you don't want to open. All of them, they were evolved. Whatever happened in Nigeria, at some point, we had even the region, most of us are canvassing for today. We had it, but somebody dissolved it. I tell you, Nigeria is not negotiable. Even the so-called Ojukwu that nobody will ever criticize, it was involved in this power struggle. It was fully involved. But when the game did not favor him, he went back and want to turn the whole thing around. It's just the greed of the leaders. I want us to look at
Please don't call Ojukwu so-called. Please don't call Ojukwu so-called.
Okay,
Nobody
okay,
will call
boss.
Awolowo so-called.
Hold on.
Please don't do that.
First of all, I don't have any relationship with Awolowo, so get it right. So we have to actually look at it. If for us to move on, we have to forget whatever was done. Forefather was saying something yesterday. Even the America we are praising today, do you know the blood that was shed? They were able to move on and become like the most powerful country in the world today. Not even Canada and US. I remember they fought a war for years that the British were involved. You see, countries have actually fought war, had crises, but that is why I was asking the other guy the question now. Why do you think is Nigeria the only country that was put together by the British? The answer is no. Why are other countries doing well, we are not doing well? Because we keep going back. We don't want to realize that the leaders, the people that are stealing the Commonwealth of Nigeria, they are from every region. We don't want to realize that. We need to seriously realize this and look forward. If we keep looking back, we will not move forward.
All right.
We need some level of collective intelligence to move Nigeria forward. I said this is the direction, this is what we want.
Thank you.
We need to stop going back. To me,
Thank you.
We need to stop going back.
And I like your submission. Nobody on this panel seems to be agreeing that.
Fafana, take over.
Amadioha that has intervened. Amadioha is upset. What he's doing is
Okay, all right.
unethical
Thank
behavior.
you. Thank you. My network. It seems Mask talked about my network. I mean, misbehaving. So, all right. Now, the question we are asking is, how do we move forward in peace, and how do we deal with the agitation? And the today's topic, so I don't digress a bit too much from it, is will dividing Nigeria solve our problems? That's the question. That is the big elephant in the room. So, once you have made your point, let me come to Paul, who have been patient before coming to Forefather and then to one man. Can you have listened to everybody's argument? What do you take? What's your take, sir?
So I said something like something of that nature about Chukuma Soludo some minutes past. I'll still say it again. Currently now, the current Minister of Interior, who used his own company to give himself contract in his own ministry and everything, did something wrong, you understand, which is not the right way. But what he's doing is performing. Guess what? Every one of us smile at him. You understand? In certain aspects, in his own ministry, he is doing well. We don't have this problem that we're having with passport issues, everything. He's working. You understand? How is he going about it? May not be so perfect, or that's the long way to progress, success, as the case may be. When AY asked that very sweet question about this colonial thing and everything, the Britain colonized Malaysia. Singapore came out from Malaysia, where they failed tremendously. Singapore is the fastest growing economy in the world. They moved from third world nation to first world nation. You understand? And remember, to some extent, even when Lee Kuan Yew was doing it, they called Lee Kuan Yew Stalin. They called Lee Kuan Yew Hitler of their time. You understand? And everything. He was tough. He was everything. Today, the citizens of Singapore, they are proud of their country. Today, that nation carry one of the strongest passports in the world. You understand? So things happen like this. With time, we're going to get involved. Our biggest problem is infrastructure development, good leaders. You understand? If you look Canada to some extent, we'll say the Britain colonized Canada. Right now, as I'm talking, I'm in Canada. But when you look Canada today in Canada, Canada just looks like the 51 states in America. Everything in Canada is just about America. You understand? But you know the beauty of it, Canada still have good relationship with the Britain. They still have good relationship with England. You understand? But everything they are doing, they fall in line with the US, because the US also want it that way to also protect their territorial boundaries and everything. You know, today in Nigeria, food is very, very scarce. Things are tough because our naira is losing. So good percentage of our food, the farmers are moving into neighboring countries where they enjoy the safer right now and everything. So at the end of the day, when we get that good leadership, it's just going to help. I said this thing. Soludo campaign to some extent with the Biafran people. You understand? Speak how they can bring peace with this Biafran agitation and everything. He won election. Soludo is not talking much about the Biafran thing. But I can tell you, if Soludo is performing very well today, you'll discover that a good percentage of the Biafran agitators will swing to the other side, because all they want, why they are asking for whatever they are asking for today, they just want to live a better life. They just want to live life that will be very, very, very peaceful to them, infrastructure, their health, and everything. That is just my take.
Thank you.
Just to add to what he said, right? The king of Britain is still the head of state in Canada. Just FYI, he's still the head of state.
Thank you. And you've been listening so far. Saw how you've been going off and on. That's why I wasn't sure that you're going to be stable. But since you are stable and you are in Africa, can we hear your own take on these matters we've been discussing? Yeah, Awobin, are you hearing us?
Thank you so much, KG. I do not know. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. I wouldn't be in a panel where my eternal leader Ojukwu will be called so-called. I will not go to different platforms where I will omission or whatever speak in that manner to their leaders in their own place. I wouldn't like that to happen. And KJ, I am very much disappointed that you allowed that to flow. Ojukwu is a revered person. He's late now, and I wouldn't want anybody to denigrate him the way the last one of the speakers did. I wouldn't like that to happen. That being said,
Sorry. Is it considered a leader in Ghana where you are from? Is it a leader in Ghana?
don't ask me about that, please. Can you just keep quiet? Let me make my point.
Sorry.
Can you keep quiet? Let me make my point. If someone said that in your own platform, you would drop the person. Please keep quiet. Let me make my point.
Bro, I have
no. AY, I will not.
You are not the moderator of this place. Allow me to flow, please. When I finish, then you can come in with your own, opinion. Don't box me around the corner.
Yeah, please go ahead and make your opinion.
So, KG, you see, would you like to have a country where foreigners will come in and begin to massacre your own people, and the security operatives are not able to deal with it? The reason why you see all people now fighting to have their own republic in Nigeria is because of these lapses. If people, people committed crimes and they are prosecuted properly, jailed, punished very well, then you will not see most of these agitations coming from left, right, and center. And for me, I stand on Biafran Republic and the Oduduwa Republic and any other group that wants to secede from Nigeria, because Nigeria is designed not to work for your own interest. That is my point. And I wouldn't waste much time on this because it is obvious what is happening in Nigeria today. We cannot come here every day and begin to lament and speak in a way, in the same manner, and there is no solution. The solution of Nigeria, since it cannot work, since it cannot protect their own citizens, those that wants to live, allow them to live. If they are going to die after leaving Nigeria, let them die. Please. These killings is too much. Just imagine the former governor of Kaduna State told you people, everybody in the world, that they know where those people who are coming into Nigeria, killing them, lives. They trace them and pay them. Nobody, raise an eyebrow about that. How can you live in a country that you are not protected? How will you attract businesses? How will you attract people from coming in to invest in that country that cannot protect their own citizens, not to talk of other foreign nationals? Everything that we speak around here boils down to the leadership and the foundation of that country that you belong to. Nigeria is still practicing with the Decree 24, the Nigerian army, the soldiers gave to you people. Did you sit down to fashion a workable means, that the people will enjoy? Did they come together? Did they come together and agree on that particular document that has made Nigeria where put Nigeria where it is today?
All right.
Let Nigeria disintegrate because it's not working for the interests of the people. There is agony going on in that country. People are killed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Awobin. And you see, one of the things that I'm trying to avoid is interrupting people. This is supposed to be a serious-minded platform where news in Nigeria can be taken. In other words,
KJ, please put me backstage. Let me go and.
There are news channels looking for information, looking for news. They can as well come to this platform and take your views and use it as one of their commentary or what we call sound bites. And those sound bites can be used if you are constantly interrupting each other and speaking over yourself and or insulting people. So let's be mindful of the words we use, because I don't think we are gathered here to play about this thing. We are all serious-minded people who are who have serious-minded businesses. And so when we come, please, let's be conscious of other people's feelings. Having said that, I'm coming to you, sir. If our father will allow me to see your name. Okay. Sorry, can you call your name for me, sir?
Ewese.
Ewese. Okay. It's good to have you back. And the last time you were here, you triggered a lot of discussion.
I'm a panelist, so why are you jumping me?
Oh, sorry, because father now, I'm not thinking.
I'm a panelist like everyone else. So.
What's Mr.
You know you are a board member now.
Yeah, we'll come to
you. No board member. Yesterday you were a panelist, KJ, and you are allowed to talk. So I demand my right.
Right to talk. My bad. Once he finishes making a contribution, that you can come in. Yes, sir. Like I said, the last time you sparked off a good debate, and I'm sure that today is not going to be anything different. What do you say? I'm sure you've listened to the conversation so far. You must have a view different from that which has been canvassed so far. What's your own take, sir?
Well, I'm enjoying the intellectual discourse that's coming out today. It's more advanced today than we've seen in a very, very long time. I enjoy the inputs I got from Paul. I enjoy what AY was saying, and KJ, you throw some points that people are ignoring, and I am actually the same way where you are. You said that the representatives in most of these places are not doing anything about whatever problem people are having. Why are we going to ignore the representative? Maybe I'm from Obunike, Anambra State, and then the representative is probably one of my cousins or a distant cousin. I cannot deal with him, but I'm going to jump and want to deal with people in Abuja. It's not visible, and that's not the way politics is done. And I keep saying this in all the time. The problem we have in Nigeria is not Nigerian leaders. The problem we have in Nigeria is the Nigerian people. Because if we just don't find a way to deal with what KJ mentioned, KJ, is your fault now, not my fault. It's your word, not my word. How do we deal with the representative we elected to elect us when they are not doing our bidding? When they just go there to do whatever they feel like because it makes them money, and we know that's the order of the day. Because one thing you wanted in Nigeria is Nigeria has become a place where, excuse me, there is nothing wrong about making money or having money, but it's almost like the only thing we care about is that money, and we don't care where it comes from or how it comes or how you get it. In such environment, psychologically, how do you do anything? It's difficult if you don't shift or find a way to shift the value of the people. I gave you guys an example, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, how the civil rights movement, when they were organizing in 1968, and they were doing a voters movement, the Freedom Summer of 1968. The young people who were volunteering when they were doing, when we sat them down, and they were doing the, sort of deliberation before they can go out to go and start, doing the mobilizing to register African Americans to vote. This was in Mississippi, like Jackson, Mississippi, and some other part of Mississippi. I've been to all those other places. When they were just organizing, they were sitting down and addressing them before they can go. And they told them, look, and this was a lot of Jewish young kids, white people from the north who are moving into the south, and the black organizers. They told them, look, you are in the south. These people don't want black people to vote, and you are here to make black people, to help register black people to vote. They might hurt you, and some of you may be killed. So if you don't feel comfortable, this is the time to back off and then just leave it alone and go back home to New York or Baltimore, Washington, D.C., where you come from. Not a single person decided to back down. As a matter of fact, there were some couple of young girls from Iowa. You know where Iowa is? Imagine what Iowa would look like in 1968. They were from Drake University. They reconfigured a Hertz, the car that you used to carry coffin, because one of the girls, their father was a mechanic. You help them, but they don't have any money like everybody else. You know, they reconfigured a Hertz and drove it all. The three girls, they drove it all the way from Iowa, you know, to Mississippi to go and help register black people, because the people they were willing to actually act on the issue that's affecting them. and other people within the same country were willing to say, look, what's being done to the black people is unfair. We're going to support them and make sure that they are treated fairly. Let me not continue on that, because now we know the background history. What are we doing in that same vein? Is there anything we are doing in the same vein to say, let us hold our, how many of us, 4 of us here in this platform, how do we hold ourselves accountable? Because there is nothing you and I can do to make anybody else change. Change is inevitable, but change is difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, in psychology, the main thing you are trying to do is to get people to accept the change of behavior. But you're not going to force them. You're going to give them the guideline, and they either decide, and it's tough. Even when in the case of addiction, you know, drug addiction, alcohol addiction, sex addiction, or anything, in those cases, it's difficult. But as soon as the person says, I am committed to change, then you see a very, very strong change in the person, because everything we do starts from the mind.
Thank you, Doc. And Forefather, I'm coming to you. And please, you have heard what he has said. Sorry, Ferrari. Forefather has been here for a while. Now, please, can you factor in what he said, which is very important. The question now is, we have accepted that our representatives are not representing us the right way. How do we ginger them, or get them, or force them, or cajole them, whichever one it is, to go to the center and discuss the plight of our people, irrespective of whether they are from the east or from the north or from the center, wherever they be? Because if the people are not represented, obviously their interests will not be heard, and amenities or economic activities will not be extended to those localities. How can we capture all that in this one move? Yeah, muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you for having me, KJ, and greetings to everyone on the panel, to the chat, and the viewers. Regarding the best way to change the country, I think for want of a better word, I will go back to, we need to start doing things that will start improving the general population's collective intelligence. I use that term because I don't know any other term to describe it. In other words, we need to start encouraging actions that enable us to work together to solve problems, and have our people become aware of more direct ways of asking for things. Because so far, what we've been doing is a bit of scatterbrain here and there. So it has to be more organized, and you have to sensitize the people. In a way, it's a form of a new ideology. You have to give them a new vision for what their nation is like. Once they they buy into this vision, they're not going to accept any other leader, their leader that don't buy into that vision. Just like you cannot force Southerners to become Muslims, or force Muslims to convert to Christians. That is an immovable mountain. So if you convince the people to become that way with your ideas that is better for them, then they will embrace it and make their leaders change. If their leaders don't change, they will remove them. Period. And that's the way to go about these things. And regarding the way people, I had the previous debate talking about inequality in the country. Some people are designed to be special. It's been like that. Almost all nations have these dynamics. I don't know how many times I have to repeat this. Go and check it. Almost all nations have people that are unequal. Things in some areas, some people are better off. In other areas, other people are unfair. Even heavens, the earth itself, gives some people some advantage. Is it in Nigeria that everywhere have oil? Why is it that some people have oil, other people don't have oil? Is that fair? Even heavens does it. And we act as if, just because human beings have something better than us, we act as if we are the most cheated people on the face of the earth. Maybe if we spend more time trying to act and change our future, instead of just hating on other people, saying that self-determination is some kind of rite of passage. It's not. That thing you are self-determination for, you are doing for, you acquired it at a point. It didn't come from a heaven with that. It's something that you acquired. God didn't, when God created Adam and Eve, He didn't say this one is going to be Hausa, this one is going to be Igbo. They all transform. The world is moving all the time, and we are in a different time. You have to assert a certain kind of identity to achieve what you need to achieve for that same group you claim to be fighting for. Because if you go now and say you want to tear the country up and you want to break up, do you know who you have to face out there in the world? You have NATO, you have China, you have India. These people their population is 1.4 billion or so each. You want to face them with those tiny groups that when even British came here before, it took all of us apart. Only one Britain took all of us apart.
Okay.
And that's our argument we want to start making today, 2024. That is better. And one man for once made a point that the reason why we are so big today is because we are all part of Nigeria. We talk. If you're in a small country, you're not going to make noise. Benin Republic is not making noise. Congo is not making noise. Cameroon is not making noise. If you're in a small country, you act as if just because if you become a small country, suddenly you're going to be, nobody's going to look at you anymore. You're gone.
All right.
Like other nations around us have gone too. So the point I'm making here is that, okay,
Sir,
go ahead.
Thank you so much, Forefather. And you always bring a fresh perspective to things, even though, I don't have an opinion here, but I'll just ask questions. And I'm going to ask that question, bearing in mind that I'm going to Ferrari from Forefather. Now, there is a country called Celsius. It's a small country in
Africa.
Africa.
I spoken for 5 minutes.
Yes, in fact, more than 5 minutes. I just allowed you. Now, there's a country called Celsius. It's a small nation. The people are very small. Not many people know them, but they hold one of the highest, GDP, in around Africa. I mean, their workers are paid $450 a month, which Nigeria cannot, even with our bigness, cannot, phantom to pay. The question be, so should it matter that we are being heard and yet our people are not living, up to we are the first, the most poorest country in the world with 25 million people as below poverty level? Does it matter, or should we concern about the quality of life our people are living?
I'm sorry, you interrupted me before 5 minutes. Why? Other people spoke more than 5 minutes.
Okay.
I went and checked it just now. You are being partial. It's not right.
I don't know.
Other people speak longer. I know you did that with EY too.
To get into this argument,
you have to be fair.
Yeah, he
I
did
thought
that
you were
to me.
timing it. You should be timing it. It's not fair. If you're not timing it, you are going to become biased and allow other people to speak longer than others. I'm not even up to 5 minutes. Around 4 or something minutes where you stop me.
Good observation, Father. You need to add some minutes to us.
Okay.
You see, I'm just trying to be fair because I noticed that the other people, like Righteous Man, spoke for a very long time, but therefore you're timing them very strictly. It doesn't seem right.
Now, Forefather, let me bring this disclaimer, and that's to you, who is a moderator,
Forefather,
totally in charge here. I can start to give you more minutes. I can start to cut it off.
Of course you are, but I'm just calling it out.
It's not politics.
But you have to be fair. Now, is that not the
No.
you are fighting for in Nigeria
And I'm
today?
taking you off. And more of that, I'll take you out. Because I said this before. I laid down my ground rules. I said this is a panel. I want people to be able to come here and get something tangible. It's not a place where we'll come and display how well we can become disruptive. Please. All right.
But it's not nice to mute.
No, so you just make your point.
I'm not finished.
Leave it at that. Okay? Please. All right. Ferrari, you heard the question I asked. Please, can you go ahead and elaborate?
Yeah, I'm going to go straight to the reason I joined the panel, but I was a little bit distracted just now because of what Forefather said. And that's part of Nigerian problem. We have multiple problems. We are a very hypocritical people. We put our head in the sand and hope that nobody sees the body like an ostrich. We do that all the time. Now, if educated people come on here and tell the Nigerian people, well, you're not the only one suffering. You know, they're suffering in South Korea. You know, they are suffering in China. You know, they are suffering. I don't understand those type of logic. I wouldn't have a child that comes third in class and tell my child, you know, there's a child that came last. Why don't you become last? I don't get it when educated people come on here and do that kind of nonsense. It's okay if they surrender their citizenship and wants to be slave in their father's land. That's okay for them. But those that aspire higher, let them be. Don't say you're not the only one being marginalized. That's an insulting statement. If you think it's okay for humans to be marginalized, then be you. Don't bring it on others. Don't speak for others. Okay, that being said, let's go straight to the point of my matter. We all know Nigerian problem. Nigerian problem, we all know, is that we have no rule of law. We have the rule of man. And that rule of man has created all the other problems we have, from insecurity to economic woes. We can go on and on and on. And the key part being corruption and human insecurity and human insensitivity to another. But you cannot solve Nigerian problem without looking at the nature of the human being. What is the human character? Now, I'm going to emphasize that there are only 4 types of Nigerians. 1, there's the helpless Nigerian. There's the stupid Nigerian. They are on the left. And there's the intelligent Nigerian. And there's the criminal-minded Nigerian. They are on the right. Now, it's not just Nigeria that have these 4 types of people. Every country in the world has it. Whether that country becomes successful or fail depends on those on the right, the intelligent people and the criminals, what they do. You understand? North Korea, as you see it, its intelligent people have coalesced that country and said they're going to succeed. Russia did the same. America did the same. Now, those on the right are determinant. Now, how do they determine? It's a battle between the naive people on the left and the smart people on the right. The upper right has the intelligent people, the lower right has the criminal-minded people. Now, if the intelligent people are able to coalesce the helpless people collectively, they would override the stupid people and the criminal people. But if they fail, the criminal people, they are very smart, they will coalesce the stupid people and of course the helpless people, so they become 75%, and you, the intelligent people, will just be people who come here to wail, cry, and make noise. Okay. That is a fact. Every country has this. Right. So don't let anybody come here and deceive you. So that's the Nigerian issue. Now, right. When you helpless people contribute to society, but they are taking advantage by it. Intelligent people contribute to society and leverage their contribution into personal benefit, while stupid people are counterproductive to both others and their own interests, while the criminals are only care for themselves.
Thank you.
Nigerian's problem has been that we have more criminals in charge than we
you have used more than your allocated time.
Is somebody talking over me?
Yes, I am talking over you, and I'm saying that you have used all your time.
Okay. That's all I want to put out there. We'll have some other time.
Father, you say you have 2 minutes. So take your 2 minutes now. You can add or finish up what you are saying before you are interrupted.
Yeah, because you remember you did pass me over. I would have thought you would like to compensate me, give me more time instead of cutting my time short again. Okay. You know, you passed me over.
Please, take 3 minutes now. It was 2 before.
Thank you. It's not about. Thank you. I appreciate that. What I was saying was that other countries are competing for resources and control, and we are in a situation whereby if you want to advocate for separation, to what end? What are you going to achieve with that? The situation is still going to be the same. Cameroon is there, Benin Republic there. None of them are special. We have a chance to do something for our own people. Like Dr. Ewesi asked, what is it going to take for us to better ourselves? We have to start operating on a higher level. Individual intelligence is not going to get us anywhere. When they say higher level, we have to start operating together. North, south, east, west. Anybody that wants to do anything has to think about all the groups and find a way to get them to work together to pressure these leaders. Because if you don't do that, they will use division to tear you all apart again, like they always do. They will use religion, they will use everything else. But if you cover those areas, they are not, you will see them coming and you become immune to division. And guess what you are going to see next? Either they give way or people will remove them. Thank you.
Thank you. And you finish before.
Can I take my minute now?
That's good.
Or you still want to remove me? Can I take my minute?
Oh, did I say I was going to give you a minute? Okay.
That's what you said now. Nah, you know the power it intoxicate now. Now you don't talk to Abacha. Okay.
I think it's frozen.
I think it's frozen.
Go ahead.
Let me go ahead. So you see, what forefather is I want to add to what forefather said. Why I said we need to move forward. What we should be discussing, if Nigeria has not failed the black nation, the Africa in particular, by now, Nigeria should not be talking of our little tribe. We should be talking of forming a strong alliance, at least in West Africa. But now we should have a bloc in West Africa, economically, security, and be negotiating with the world, negotiating with India, negotiating with China, negotiating with Russia, negotiating with the NATO. This issue, I'm serious. When you look at them from this minute level, you are not helping the country. I don't think the issue we should be discussing now with our level, with our experience, is going to be our divide the country into pieces. No, it's not going to help us anywhere. You're going to cry again and say, oh, you want to be together with these people. Let's form a stronger alliance and build our nation. We should be talking of Africa. Work with all Africa countries. Stop people discriminating between Africa countries. We work together across board. We should have a bond. We should have that strong bond to negotiate with anybody. You know the policy of Venezuela. Recently, Venezuela, you know what they're doing? They have a strong negotiation with Russia, with America, if you follow up with them. Their philosophy is, what they call it? They call it, is it palm tree policy? Where the root is strong, but you can work with anybody. Just, they don't give anybody the alliance. They give one person like that alliance. They try to work across board. Putin just visited them. America is sending people there to talk to them. These are the kind of negotiation we should be having. We should stop following. Is
it Venezuela or Vietnam?
Vietnam, sorry, thank you. Vietnam. We should stop following country like follow. We need to think better and work better for our people. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate your contribution also with that of forefather. The question you ask is, it's not for us to divide, but to continue to, gain ground. But the question we're asking is, before a tree grows, the roots has to be, well properly situated. Our roots, is it situated right now? That's the purpose of this argument, this discussion. Not necessarily that Nigeria should be separated, but how do we entrench, what is causing this constant agitation? And I'm coming to you, Oti, so that you get ready. So far, the discussion have been about we can't divide, this can't happen. But how do we, just like Dr. Wese asked earlier, how do we now get our representatives to do what we want, not what they want? Because if we say we don't want you to buy a presidential jet, you shouldn't buy it before and come and tell us. How do we get them to do what the people want? That is the bane of the issue. So, sir, go ahead and tell us how we can do that, and then encompass other things that you want to talk about.
So, KJ, is that?
Yes, that's
so
for you.
KJ is going to join me, and now because
I'm sorry, I'm coming to you. I thought he came before you. Yes,
that's not true, but it's okay.
Okay,
it's a marginalization, and when you suffer and you God lift you up, you suffer.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to marginalize you. The system is not actually putting you in the order that you came in. So I'm just trying to make sure that everybody is represented.
Okay, so KJ, now I can have a go.
Yes, you can go. Your time starts.
Good evening, everyone. I don't take a lot of time. I'm not the so before maybe I try to answer your question and make my contribution to the topic. I wanna this is specifically to Dr. Okapu Ewesi, right? I just there's something you said. I want to read a sentence from an essay written by an essay titled "The University and the Leadership Factor in Nigerian Politics." It's just a sentence. This is from Achebe, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is this because there's always been this kind of leadership versus followership. Okay, so some people say the problem of Nigeria is leadership, or according to Ewesi, is rather that of followership. Okay, the people, because when you talk about the people, you're talking about the followership. Okay, yes, I mean it's a debatable point. No, but as I said, let me just read a sentence, okay, from an essay by Chabe on this very topic of leadership versus followership. Now, okay, he says, I'm quoting him, "It is enough to say that no known human enterprise has flourished on the basis of followers leading their leaders. The cliché that people get the leader they deserve is a useful exaggeration, useful because it reminds the general populace of the need for vigilance in selecting their leaders, where they have no chance to do so, in parentheses, where they have a chance to do so, in parentheses, and for keeping them under constant surveillance." So I do agree. Leadership is preeminent. It comes first. Okay. So this argument that is the people, I don't buy it. And there's nothing, as he said, no human enterprise, no organization, no society, no system can function without proper leadership. So that apart. Now, the question, KJ, you posed. Well, I think the way I would approach it first is this: to think of this question of separation as encompassing, say, restructuring, reconstitution, decentralization. I hope you would permit me to, extend, the thesis to cover all these aspects. So it's not necessarily division, or creating multiple countries from the present entity called Nigeria. So now, first of all, what we are struggling with is governance. Okay, again, leadership, if you like, governance. How do you govern this entity called Nigeria? In addressing this question, we really have to think about we have to go to basics, right? Ask the question: how did Nigeria come about? You can't avoid it. You can't pretend. We are where we are today. It's like one. It's like an ostrich, having its head in the sand. And the country, the entity, as presently constituted, we can see that it's not working. There's no pretending. And this idea of each time people make a comparison, it's like, look, how about other countries? Other countries that were governed by Britain, they're doing better than us. And therefore, we should not look, into our unique circumstances. Well, is a lame argument. I don't, So we have our unique circumstances. That's we have to address those. And by the way, somebody mentioned the case of Malaysia, right? And this same person at the same time, made us to understand that Singapore was carved out of Malaysia. Is that not kind of one really contradicting oneself? So the idea that the country called Nigeria was a product of British imperial expansion is we cannot run away from it. That's the fact. And we as Nigerians, we have experimented with different from the time our forefathers were struggling for independence. So this idea of different nationalisms, how to how to have this, how to have it work. It's always been there, and until the constitutions were adopted, the 1960 Constitution, Independence Constitution, the 1963 Republican Constitution, and then of course we know the history, 1979 Presidential Constitution. So this is a constant journey, and the idea that we cannot be imaginative or think of something different, maybe take bold steps, for whatever reason, I don't understand it. It's
okay.
Sorry.
Okay, your time's actually gone, but I gave you a while.
So in essence, look, it is nobody can make the it's to say that we cannot rethink Nigeria, divide, if like that is like if like the so they call it the nuclear option. I mean, it may not even be something bad or in terms of how it is to come about, right? It can be negotiated. It's a politics.
Okay.
Everything is possible.
Okay.
Politics, they say, is the art of the possible. So
all right. I need to bottle
okay, I'll leave it at that. So for now, there's so many points to
thank you. And you have broadened the discourse. So and that will help John Abba to be able to make an informed contribution this afternoon. And so I'm calling on John Abba because much of what you've touched opens up the discussion so that he could go either way. John Abba, haven't listened to Oti, you've listened to Doctor, you've listened to AY, you've listened to Righteous Man, and you've been around to listen to Forefather. What's your take, sir?
Thank you, KJ. You're always a very smart host. We have a political disagreement in some areas, and from you now I learned that we still continue to live Nigerian and every other low society. I've seen my supervisor become a boss, and he never know we work together again and on the lower level, and it punishes me whenever I have the opportunity. So it's the same thing you are doing here today, but it's okay. Congratulations. And Righteous Man, good to see you and everybody. Dr. Issei and Brother OT, AY, good to see everybody. Olamide's on the other side. As I've listened to many people, I think when you look and pay attention to this channel, you see how complicated our case is. You point finger on someone, other one is facing you, and you still ignored it. And I used to tell you that human behavior is still not easy like the doctor said. I have so much respect for everybody, and I have respect for doctor's view. I always say that the atmosphere or the space in Nigeria is a long walk to go, because the two things that dominate us and kept us are tribalism and religion. And as far as those things dominate our space, it limits our potential to become the great people we ought to be. The issue here in today, I think it has also been mentioned clearly that we are one people agitating for a better life, whether for our community or for the nation. And we have to bear in mind, I believe that the people have to do part of their own. And I believe that the leader comes among the people. So I believe in the change of orientation of the whole Nigerian concept. And I believe that most of our argument is about it's either we have the knowledge of what we are arguing about, or we are ignorant about what we are arguing about. Because the Nigerian we have today can be, I will not give a job to somebody that complain and lament every day. I would like to give a job to somebody that deliver. Stop telling me the same thing over and over. If you have a better approach to it and you have that opportunity, I want to see what you want to bring to the table. And even if you want to send a message, your message should not be divisive message that take people out of the whole equation, pushing people around. So I hope in the summary, I don't want to go direct into the people that I want to talk to them. There are no more here. It's Ferrari. I hope he listens to me and come back. If he does, then I will talk about it. Because it's not here, I don't want to talk about it. I'm that kind of a person, but I really want to follow him, what he says, because talk is cheap. Thank you, everybody, once again. I think we should, my summary again, let's talk mirror on ourselves. What do we do to humanity to make our place a better place? Our differences, we come to America where we are today, and we have seen tribes, but everything is working because there is a system that makes us work. So the notion that our differences is the problem, where you even come from a very it's not even you. I was a grown-up man before I came to this place, and somehow I engrafted into this system and keep pushing because there is a system. So let's push for a system that works for all.
Nigeria is doing great. Nigeria is positive.
So,
all right.
And by the way, this guy should not be targeting me like that. And that, by the way, that he cannot stay on bed and be talking to us. He shouldn't even be on the platform, by honest truth. He lying on bed. It's against the rule here. And that's what Nigerian cannot go forward like that. And not personal to him. Anybody that does not play by the rule should not be on the platform. And by the way, you jump on issue on me. You cannot, I'm not your mate in terms of how politics work. You don't know what you are saying. You don't even have a clue. And I understand you are living in the book.
Thank you so much.
Typical Nigerian talk. If I was in Nigeria now, this guy would not lock me.
This is what I said this earlier. It's a mature platform we're trying to build where people can come and get information. Please, let's keep that standard. We're not just here to talk, but we're here also to expand the knowledge and understanding of how things work. Please. Thank you so much for your contribution, Janaba. I appreciate that. And it's well taken, points raised. And yes, I'll come to who is next. Yes, it's Righteous Man. Righteous Man, I've heard what Janaba said. The question is, listen, and I want to, while you're answering this, I want to make this clear. I don't think any tribe actually is interested in leaving Nigeria. But because the center can no longer hold, people are pulling it in every direction. And that's the question we've been trying to trash. Because how do we now make sure that people's interests are taken care of, and then we can even build forward? Righteous Man, you are in Nigeria. You can probably be able to feel the environment, the atmosphere better than us. What thou say, sir?
Okay, Jonathan, good evening from here. Thank you very much, and the doctor and everybody that is in the panel today. AY, please, can you allow me to ask you one question within the period of my time? Now, what template do you present to make Nigeria work?
You want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So yesterday, I don't know if you were here. I don't know if you were here. We have actually discussed this, right? From my open opinion, which I hold dearly, I have said regionalize Nigeria. Regionalize Nigeria. I don't know how they want to regionalize it, but if you don't want to do that, I'm of the opinion that Nigeria need to restructure it. But this discussion, how do you want to restructure it? Do you want to leave the state and devolve power to the state in the actual sense? Devolve power to the local government? Here we have a problem. We need looking for a functional solution. How do you want to do it? Do you want to regionalize the state, the regions, and collapse the state? That is a discussion. Get rid of our rep, as of rep, have only one parliament to reduce the cost at the federal. This discussion again needs to be open, not based on hate, not based on some people think nobody like them in the country. I don't believe in that, but based on productivity. Just like Peter Obi said, we need to quickly move from consumption to production. Should be the key word. In all regions in Nigeria, in all states in Nigeria, as you may call it, every region is self-sufficient. Every state is self-sufficient. Because people go to Abuja every month to share money, that is why you think some states, some regions, they can't do it. Everybody can't do it. Even if you are fully in agriculture, you are feeding the other part of Nigeria, you can't do it. Jonaba State, Benue is not called food basket of the nation for nothing. So there is reason for that. So that is my whole submission as regards Nigeria.
Okay, thank you so much. So
KG, I've not finished my time now. I just asked him a question.
I actually forgot that you are there. All right, go ahead. But you gave him your time. You have taken 3 minutes of the time that you're supposed to be for you. So, but go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I extend your time.
AY, I know you are learned. You are my friend. We've discussed several times. Do you believe in the word referendum?
Yeah, I believe in the word referendum.
Now, have you ever asked yourself why in our constitution the word referendum was not included?
So who are you blaming for that?
No, I say you believe in it.
That's the question
because
to you. Who are you blaming for it? Answer it yourself. Who are you blaming for it? Who is the cause of that?
No.
Okay.
No, let's talk. Let's talk. Who are you blaming for it?
Okay. Let me tell you who I'm blaming. And my answer is going to contradict the initial submission of the doctor that we have in the space here. Now, the American history that I have read did not say the American society came to change America. It was the few individuals whose leadership fell into their hand that came together and have an agreement which they presented to the American people as a constitution. And as time goes by, where they deem necessary, they amend it, or either by repealing or adding. In the case of Nigeria, hold on. In the case of Nigeria,
let me ask you a direct question for the public. Who removed referendum from Nigeria Constitution? Can you just answer to educate the public?
Sorry, this discussion is not between you and the righteous man. So
righteous man, please answer that. Let him answer that, please.
No, that is not going to happen. Righteous man, please, can you conclude? Thank you.
So my submission is this. While we cite countries that are broken apart and it's not working, we should also remember and cite countries that are broken apart and they are doing greatly well. They are among the first class nations in the world today. Let us not only limit and cite example with failures. There are also countries that are broken and they are doing extremely well. We should also cite them. Like I have always submitted, it's not as if any tribe in Nigeria or any region in Nigeria is interested in breaking Nigeria. No, I've said it time with that number. What we are saying is this: the nationhood of Nigeria have not been attended to, and we have a wrong foundation. Nigeria is built on a faulty foundation. What can we do to change it? The scripture says, if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? Now, the things the righteous can do is to begin to rebuild that foundation and set it right. It is not left for us to say, yes, we have problems. And these problems, we have identified it. First, let us change the Constitution of Federal Republic of Nigeria and make it a constitution, subject it to referendum, where the people will say, yes, this is the people's constitution, which will give and guarantee equal right to every Nigerian.
All right.
That's my submission.
Thank you so much. And yes, Pastor Andrew is back. And Pastor Andrew, you have been behind all this while.
KJ, when am I going to take my turn?
All right. Oh, come on, man. Hold on, man. Hold on. All right, Pastor Andrew, you're welcome. I was standing in for
Wait to fire John back. When am I taking my turn?
We have to be civil, my brother. We have to be civil. All right. Thank you for your submission, righteous man. I'm coming to you, Olamide. Olamide, you see, I want you to come in this direction because you see, your contribution may be viable or may be very solid, but your presentation may make people, not want to listen to you. So can you please organize yourself and then comport yourself and give us your own direction? Being insulted.
News.
All right, thank you very much, KJ. You still have the floor. I'm just here. Except you are tired, but I'll just do maybe 20 minutes and go backstage. I just want to ask Righteous Man a question. Righteous Man,
sorry, don't mind. Let me have been waiting for a while. He was supposed to.
Let him wait there. Don't worry about it. I'm the moderator right now. You the floor later back to you.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
He's been here with me since morning, so I know what. We'll wait. Don't worry. Righteous Man, you asked AY a question. Why there's no referendum in the Constitution? Is that correct? Where is KJ? KJ has run away.
Yes, I asked the question. I said, has you ever thought why the word referendum does not exist in our Constitution? Because that is the term.
Hold on. You said the word referendum does not exist in our Constitution. Are you 100% sure of that?
Yes.
You are 100% sure of that. I'm going to ask you again.
Yes.
You use the word referendum.
Yeah.
This is the 1999 Constitution. Hold on.
Listen.
Hey, my brother.
You asked me a question now. Let me answer. Pastor, let me answer the question you asked me.
Righteous man.
Should I go ahead?
For you that the word referendum is captured in the Constitution. Okay? Section 68.
Can you read?
Section 68. Section 69. 1A states there is presented to the chairman. Let me get it. B, I beg your pardon. The petition is thereafter in a referendum conducted by the Independent National Electoral Commission. So you see the word referendum.
Please, can you read the whole? Don't just pick that. Can you read the content? Don't just pick that statement. Because that statement is subjective. That statement is subjective.
Righteous man, hold on 1 second. I had to mute you. If we rewind this step back, you said the phrase or the word referendum did not appear in the Constitution, irrespective of the context it is used. That is what you said. Everybody heard you. So, in the context where that word referendum appears, it's in Section 68, Section 60, Section 69B, which is in respect to what? Recalling and elected officers. It's there. That is in the context it was used. And you said the phrase referendum does not reflect in the Constitution. Go ahead, say what you want to say. You have 2 minutes, please. You won't go more than 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. During the heat time of IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu was calling for a referendum that the Nigerian government should conduct a referendum to determine whether the Southeasterners want to remain in Nigeria or not. And I listened attentively to sons, Nigerian sons, who appeared on television severally and said there is no provision of referendum in any group or I mean, sorry, for any group deciding or to decide whether they want to be part of Nigeria or not, that the word referendum is not found in our constitution, giving right for one to decide whether to be or not. Okay, so that is why I told you that it's subjective. Look at the context where the word referendum is used. But for you to decide whether you want to be part of Nigeria or not, there is no provision made that have the phrase referendum, subjecting your will to referendum. It's not there.
Thank you very much. Like I said, I quoted you rightly, and I told you in the context it was used. But it is there. So when we are putting something, you may say there is no provision for referendum in terms of your argument, and not that the phrase referendum is not reflected in the Constitution. Olumide, the floor is to you. Thank you for those of you that joined the panel again. Olumide, the floor is back to you. You have 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, so but electricity, but you knew perfectly what he was talking about, though, and then you are referring to referendum to recall. Is
No, listen.
is that even the right word they were supposed to use there?
Olumide, I made it. If you unmute yourself, go unmute yourself. The man said that the phrase referendum did not reflect in the Constitution. I read it to him and I told him in what context it was reflected, it was used. Okay? I am not denying or against his argument that there's no referendum.
But he made a
in other
submission
aspects.
now. He made a submission.
No,
and
no,
you know
he made
under
a
what
submission.
context he made that submission.
No, that was not that. No, before he made that submission, I listened to him carefully. That was what brought me on the panel. Okay.
Okay, that's
so
fine. That's fine. No problem. So electricity.
Thank you.
I've wanted to address one man. So one man is not here on this show, and you know what? One man confirmed my own assertion. What I've always thought all along, that Tinubu and his guys and his political goons, they raised Yoruba Nation up, funded Yoruba Nation, raised the consciousness of Yoruba people all over the world because they thought that Buhari wasn't going to hand over to him, as he said, Emilokon. And now that he finally got it, he got the presidency, the North was afraid that of his political machinery, that if they didn't hand it over to him, then they were at risk of tearing the country apart. They were afraid of political machinery, and he got it. And now they're trying to silence. And then he comes on this show and says, yeah, Yoruba Nation, we are just starting Yoruba Nation. They are going nowhere. Stop that nonsense. We are one country. The Hausa people even have a better right. They are even more marginalized. So who are those people even calling and saying that Hausas are marginalized? They are being killed every day. They are being subjugated every day. Is it not we people that are non-Hausas? I've hardly seen any Hausa even say that they are being marginalized. I've not seen them on any platform. I've not seen them on anywhere. Anybody can tell me and bear me witness. When people say they are being marginalized, you come on here, one man, and you come and trivialize it. You come and wave it away with the flip of a hand. When people say that their resources are not being used to better their life, you think it's a joke. You think it's all politics. That is the way to play politics, to trivialize people's desires. You understand? To think that Yoruba people don't have a right to have quality education. To think that the Yoruba people don't have a right to quality healthcare like it is in the Western world. To think that the South don't have a say over their oil well, you know, their resources. To think that the Igbo people don't have a right to build their own ports or to build their own international airports. Thinking that Lagos is the only international airport that every air flight coming into the country must go through. What is that federalism? Is that the kind of constitution we want for ourselves? And then after 8 years, you guys will keep quiet, you give it to the northerner, and then you guys will come back again with your political machinery and come and gaslight all of us.
Okay.
You think we are fools here? We don't know what we are doing? He's president now. Let him do his presidency now. He should do his presidency. One day is one day. Will he be there for life? You stay there in the UK. Do you like the way your people in Osun State or your state where you are from? Do you like the kind of life they are living there? We can't hold a free and fair election where people can elect their leaders at all levels, local government level, state level, and federal level. Ido election is coming up, Benin election is coming up, we'll see what you people will do. Ordinary free and fair election, you can't organize because you want to steal money. You want to steal money. Is that how to govern a country?
Hey, Olumide, your 2 minutes is up.
And then why? See, this
I speak the truth.
This unity begging is just enough. Enough of this unity begging. Okay, let's forget this unity begging. Are you a unity beggar?
This is such attitude will not, behavior will not give you good Yoruba land. I speak the truth. The floor is yours.
All right. So
honestly, we want to change a nation. We're asking. You've asked for a good rule of law, but you can't even abide by a simple law that is on a platform.
We will continue to present civil ways of getting our nation. And you people keep dribbling, continue to dribble laws. That day, that use of force will come to reality.
Olumide, you don't do Agbero before. I don't understand you.
This thing is serious thing. I tell you, say my people are dying. My people are dying. You are laughing. I'm not joking.
I thought you were coming for Jonaba.
I'm coming for everybody. All these unity beggars when they beg.
Unity
we don't serve anybody purpose.
Olumide.
To remove Olumide. That's too much.
You've been with me from the beginning of this broadcast, and I gave the floor to you numerous times. Your opinion was heard. We did back and forth question and answer. You see, I don't know what to say because thank God KJ is back. Thank God KJ is back. So I'll KJ back to the floor. KJ. Yes,
me, I don't have AK-47, but I get my mouth. That's justice. I get my mouth.
All right. Okay. I speak the truth. Just give me 1 second. I'll come to you. Sir,
no problem.
Yeah, you want? I speak the truth. I'll come to you. Just give me 1 second. Sir, you want to say something? Mr. I can't pronounce your name. Apologies.
Yeah.
Make it brief, please.
Yeah, just a short because I'm leaving. Typical example. I want Oti. Do you observe Olumide? This is one of the things why I say that.
Yes.
We are the people. It's not the leaders. And let me say this. I put it in my conversation with you on the chat line. The issue is the leaders lead where they tend that the people are responding to. If you want to be can you be a corrupt politician when 99% of your constituents or followers don't like corruption? It's impossible. And that's what you see. The thing with Nigeria, or the thing with Nigerians and Africa, is that we don't want to accept that we have a responsibility and that it may cost us something. And for as long as we keep ignoring that, I may lose 2 days of my overtime to go and organize with Nigerians in Atlanta, or I may have to go and contribute something. For as long as we keep thinking in that order, we're not ready for a change. Because a change involves not me wanting Tinubu to change. What change am I willing to make about my own self?
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. Can I? Excuse me, Pastor. Can I just
I just allow him to speak, please. I speak the truth. The floor is yours.
Can I just respond to what he said, because he addressed me there. He addressed me. Let me just
Oti,
brief
Oti,
response
he
to
only
that.
pointed. He only no. Oti, he only pointed. The man only pointed a fact out. He just pointed a fact out. Okay.
Which
I'll
fact? Which
come to
fact?
you. He pointed a
No,
fact,
he
a
addressed
valid
me,
fact
because
out.
I've been having a conversation
No,
with him.
it's a general statement he made. Oti, please. I speak the truth. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So first of all, Professor Akapu, I really enjoy when you are like a breath of fresh air. Like you are a very, very good teacher. I love listening to you. And just listening to you earlier was one of the reasons I came on. So I just want to say thank you for everything that you always basically teach us on here. I personally really appreciate it. So that's just from me to Professor Okapo. I'm gonna go with what we were saying earlier, and this is what I was coming on for. I don't know if 2 minutes I can do justice with 2 minutes, but I'm gonna try. When people always come around and say they want a referendum, I always ask. I don't think they've thought about it real in depthly or put a lot of thought into it, because I always wonder who are the people that are going to take part in this referendum. Is it the people? Because we know that there's really only one group that is adamant about splitting Nigeria, and that is the Southeast. Now, we have minor groups that are not, I wouldn't say, I would say not that serious, like the Yoruba Nation, and, there are other little groups in the Niger Delta region and Middle Belt that haven't gained traction like Biafra. So as we all know, Biafra is the main group that wants to leave Nigeria. Now, in the case of a referendum, who is going to vote? Is it the entire Nigeria, or is the vote going to be limited to just the Igbo group or their subgroups? Again, who is going to pay for this referendum? As we know, Nigeria is a poor country. Sometimes we might say, well, there's a lot of money, there's a lot of potential, but we know this is a poor country. So are we now saying the federal government is going to dedicate funds to a referendum just to decide if one group wants to leave? Thirdly, if Biafra were to succeed, and let's say the referendum did go through, which geographical regions, what land mass will Biafra leave with? Will it be the core Igbo states, or will they now go into regions like the South, which we know might have problems with them, or will they cross into former Yoruba territory across the Niger, knowing that they might be a potentially adversary state? Now, will the Yorubas themselves, because the military strategist is not going to look at a Biafra that would encroach into Delta State, for example, that would be right on the border of what was the former Western region. So if you have a group that could possibly become adversarial in the future militarily, I don't think that would bode well for the entire of region of what we call Nigeria today. So I think people have to take all these things into cognizance when they ask for a referendum, when they ask to split. And I've never heard anybody really explain that. All I've heard is we want a referendum, we want our own country, we want to split, but there are other things that encompass before you get encompass into getting that. And I haven't heard anybody really go into it in depth and say, this is how it's going to happen. This is what the region is going to be. This is what the new countries are going to be. Nobody has said anything. It's just, we want referendum and we want to leave. Okay. Yeah, you want to leave and you want a referendum. Then
Thank
after
you.
that, what happens?
You said something. You said Nigeria is poor. It's a poor country. Do you have facts to support that?
I mean, we can look at our per capita income and we can look at the
you just
GDP.
So it's your opinion. So it's your opinion.
Okay, so this is, I think it is interchangeable because we've had this discussion on here before, and I was actually on the side that Nigeria is a rich country. So I think it depends on the context that we're using it. So I could say it is rich, but it is also poor, if that makes sense.
Nigeria just paid 90 billion to people that went to Hajj. I will really say they are poor. If when it comes to wanting to compare, I mean, put a referendum in place, is it not the will we need to do it?
The will, but
Yeah.
well, okay. So, like I said, I don't know how much a referendum is going to cost, but I know it's going to cost a
A
lot of
referendum
money
is just like an election. A referendum is just like an election
because
that
you
was
have
done
to.
2023.
I don't know. I've never conducted a referendum, and I've never seen too many referendums conducted in my lifetime. But all I know is if it's going to be like an election, I know logistics are going to become involved. Identifying who's going to be who's going to vote, who's going to be involved. So, in all, it's going to involve a lot of money. So that is all I know. Now, does Nigeria have whatever money it's going to be? 1 billion, 90 billion, $2,000? I don't know. So but I know it's going to cost a lot of money.
Yeah, it costs money, but we can afford it. We want it. There should be a clause in the a section in the
I think
constitution.
that truth. It is about our future. So I don't think money should be a
Olumide,
problem.
why are you behaving
We can
like
even
this? The
adopt
professor just
the cheaper. We can
I
adopt the
don't
cheaper method.
understand.
We can do Q. People can queue option A4, where we won't have to lie about any 300 billion naira.
Why are you behaving like this, Olumide? You live in a civilized society. Why
And this
are you
is
behaving like this?
no vex, no vex. I guess
Why?
they might chip
No,
in.
no,
Relax.
no. This is
No vex.
getting too
But
much.
I did that
Why are you
nicely now.
behaving like this?
I chipped in nicely. Relax
If I
now.
act upon your behavior, everybody will come upon me and say,
No
I'm
one
abusing
gaslight me.
power.
I beg, relax.
KJ, are you the moderating back to you? Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Pastor. And again, let me say this. You see, we are on an international audience, and people are constantly scouting for news. So your soundbite, which is what you are saying, could make a lot of sense to somebody who wants to use that, okay, to further discuss, for further creating discussion panels and all that. And if we keep jumping at each other's, into each other's conversation, they may not be able to get that, and they may not take it serious. So let's say to ourselves, we want to be serious and allow people express themselves. Okay, let the moderator be the one to decide when to cut in and when to maybe say somebody your time is up, please, so that we can all respect each other. Okay, thank you. And I heard partly what I Speak the Truth was saying, and but I will let those of you who are on the panel who want to respond to do that. Who is the next person to
It's
speak?
my turn, KJ.
Yes, go on, Oti. Please go ahead.
Okay. Right. First of all, I speak the truth, or whatever. Look, this referendum. Look, you said it's only the southeast. These are all assumptions. You've met in only the southeasterners, and I don't know how you know that. Even in the southeast, I don't know how. What percentage? How? Who tells you that southeasterners are the
Okay,
bloc?
but I never said that.
No, sorry, excuse me. I don't know who informed you that the southeasterners as a people want the referendum to. So there's a group agitating for referendum. So that's okay. Yes, we can accept that, but it's not for you to say that it's the southeast. And
Oti, that was not what I said.
listen, what you said is that you only know one section, okay, or one group in Nigeria that are agitating for referendum. You said the southeast. You said that, okay?
Ochi,
You said that.
I said there were other little groups.
No,
But,
no,
but
it's okay.
hold on. You can't make up what I just said. I said there were other little groups.
But you
and
mentioned the
then
Southeast.
hold on. And I did say there were other little groups, and I said, but we all know
Majorly, the Southeast.
Ochi, let me just
So we
land.
can't
And I
argue
said,
unnecessarily.
I'm not arguing unnecessarily, but you can't make up what I didn't say. So I said, well, majorly the Southeast, but you started off by saying, I just said the Southeast. How do I know that?
Oh,
We all
yes.
know.
Sorry, the question still holds. Okay. Yes, because see, so you're saying that the South is the the major section of the country that is serious about the clamor for referendum or separation. So it's the same thing. The point I'm making still holds because you don't know. You've not taken the poll of the people from the Southeast to know.
So are you telling me now that the Southeast does not want Biafra?
To interject, please.
You're wrong to assume that. How do you know that? Yes, I'm saying that. How do you know it?
Okay, so Oti, go ahead and make your point.
So now, and then and therefore, so that's one thing. One argument he made against the idea of a referendum. The other one is about cost. Again, so we can't take that seriously. I mean, if Nigerian government is spending the amount of money they're spending on, all sorts of things. Even the last election, you know how much it costs to a colossal waste of national resources. We know that. And then if cost is the only thing impediment or against referendum, I mean, nobody can really in all seriousness make such a point. And another thing is this: are you in your mind, you think Nigeria, the way things are set up, the governance of Nigeria is working very well? And if it is, what do you think? I mean, it's wild in the news about restructuring, about this regional government and that. People. So don't you think that there's some fundamental problem? Something basic, so that we have to think again about the constitution of Nigeria. Okay. And this idea of referendum is one way of getting to resolving this question, the question of national identity and the question of common destiny. These things you cannot legislate. You have to ask the people that make up Nigeria. Okay, you can't decide for them, and it can never be too late to ask these questions. I mean, I don't really see any argument against it. Quite frankly.
All right, thank you so much, and I like what you've said, and I'm going to come back to you. I speak the truth. So,
can I also speak to the issue you raised about
yes,
the referendum?
but no, I'm going to come to speak the truth. Then I'll come to you. If you didn't answer what you want, I will say come to you. Now, Oti has raised a very important question, and one of the reasons you gave for the referendum not being because it's caused a loss. But can you justify that with 350 million or billion naira that was spent on the election, which we didn't even get any meaningful results, as against the people determining their own destinies and making Nigeria to function properly, which is more desirable to spend money on and get a good result? As you answer to what Oti had just said.
Well, okay, so let me make a correction real quick. At no point during my presentation was I against or for the referendum. I never said I was against it. I never said I was for it. All I said was I've asked people, and I don't think people have thought about it deeply to even understand. I mean, I didn't want to sound rude or condescending, so that was why I didn't say this part. But basically, I was saying they haven't thought about it in depth. That was all I said. And I said, I've asked people and I've tried to get people's opinions, and usually they don't. It's not like they've thought about how much it's going to cost, how the regions are going to be divided. I don't think they've thought about it. They just come out the door and they just say, we want a referendum and we want our own independence. That was all I said. I never said I was for it, and I never said I was against it.
Okay. What about on the issue of the expenses? Is that the part of what you said also?
Yeah, that was a question I was asking. That I know Nigeria is a poor country, so I don't know how much, because electricity actually tackled me on that, and I said, well, I don't know how much it's going to cost, and he said, well, the elections had just cost like 90 billion naira. I don't know, and I said, I don't know if it's going to cost $1,000 or it's $100 million. I don't know.
All
I
right.
said, these are just questions I want to know.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Olumide, yes, you have
So
a comment.
I speak the truth. I just want to kind of I want to in a brotherly way just kind of I like enlighten you on some things, because when you spoke, you said you didn't really know in depth about the referendum because it wasn't something that was that you were familiar with in your part of the world, in the US, and that you didn't think that if the people who are clamoring for it really know the benefits or the pros and cons of whether it will be beneficial or not. So I would tell you, see, in the US, when they formed the United States of America, when the colonies broke away from the British um, colonialists and formed US, it was one ethnic group, majorly one ethnic group, the English people. There were English descendants that broke away, and there may be some Europeans and largely one ethnic group. So their constitution, their way of life was based, whatever it is today was based from what their founding fathers. But we are not talking about one ethnic group here. We are talking about over 300 ethnic groups. Now, to factor that in, if you want to compare Nigeria with another civilized region where they have a multi-ethnic group, Europe, for instance, is made up of many ethnic groups, many nations that were formed today. And then I'm sure in majority of their constitution, there's a clamor for referendum in there. You understand? And for Canada, for example, was colonized by the British. The Quebec side was colonized by the French people. There was a war, and the British won the whole of the country. But they allowed the French autonomy over the Quebec side. Today, there are parties in Quebec that will promise the Quebecans the ability to
Quebecois.
Quebecois to hold referendum so that they can break away. Is a part of the manifesto of that party that if they win the majority, they will canvass for and they've done the referendum twice, and the Quebecois people or the Quebecer people voted. Majority of them said they still wanted to remain part of Canada. That was a civilized way that they kind of developed into their constitution or law to resolve and that problem of nationhood if it were to arise. And now there's another election coming up, federal election coming up in next year, and that Quebecer party now is promising again that if they win a majority, they will allow for a referendum so that they can try again the third time to break away. They've been 2 in 10 years. So, and referendum, as a matter of fact, is not alien to Nigeria. If you want to, in the 60s, the Midwest region broke away from the Southwest region through referendum because they said they were being marginalized. Project resources were not being utilized. It wasn't getting to them, and they broke away. We did that successfully, and they had their own region, and there was the premier for that region.
From
You
the
understand?
Western region.
Sorry?
Western region, not the Southwestern region.
From the Western,
Midwest
okay.
divided
Well,
from
yeah, from the Western
Western
region.
region.
But I know there was a Midwest region. So now what we are saying, in order to avoid war, is just if they organize the referendum, if they want to do technology, it might make it more expensive. If they want to do manual, if they want to do option A for whatever they want to do, this is crucial to lives, preventing war, silencing those who are clamoring for a breakaway. That's the only way you can silence them. You understand? And if you make it even as a matter of campaign for manifest, for instance, if Nnamdi Kanu was to form a major party, a pop party, to say, you know what, this will be my part of my campaign to engineer a referendum for us to have our own self-determination and sovereign space. I mean, and you don't carry. I mean, we can do it peacefully. This is what the whites do among themselves. Why do we have to make it war
KJ, is
among
it okay
ourselves
if I
as black
respond?
people? Sorry.
Is it okay? So Olumide, you've said a lot, and all you've just done is rehash things that I believe all of us on this panel already know, which
No, you said you didn't.
which hasn't addressed. You still haven't addressed what I actually asked, which was the cost issue and how was the land going to be divided. You still haven't
I mean,
explained
I
that.
am saying that the cost issue is immaterial, but we can decide to minimize the costs. You understand? By not maybe using technology or you understand? I'm even telling you the kind of technology Nigeria employed and spent that 300 billion was even a bogus and overbloated budget, where they used the opportunity to siphon money and they didn't even allow it to work for the people. So I'm telling you that we can get it done, most especially because this is for the benefit of saving lives, preventing war, you understand, and letting us make progress and look forward and put all this behind us. You understand? That is the only way we can forever put it behind us. So that if the majority of the Igbo people vote, it will be like a campaign. Vote and say we want to still be part of Nigeria the way it is structured, the way it is right now. Those opposing it will be silenced. Then you can then see them as an enemy of the state. But when you allow people to self-determine, to aspire, it's part of aspiration. You understand? We can do it
Okay,
in a civil way.
I understand, Olumide. What about the second part of the question?
So the second part of the question is this: see, we have ancient landmarks. Today, there's no fight about over border in a larger majority of Nigeria. You understand? If the Igbo people decide to go today, there will be a negotiation. When the Czech and Czechoslovakia broke into Czech and Slovakia, I'm sure there was transitioning period where they probably sat down and discussed over several ways of demarcating land, and there might still be some dispute till today. We don't know, but we can always sit down and talk about this. We don't have to war. Do we have to war? We don't have to war. We can sit down and talk about it. Even if there are going to be lands that we are going to share 50-50 for the purpose of, and let the ethnic people, even the ethnic people who are there, if they say they want to still be part of Nigeria, fine. If they say, well, they want to be part of, like Midway, if Yoruba decides to go now, but because of a historical landmark where the Midwest region has decided to be part of that, we can't force them. We can't force that Yoruba part that went with the Midway to come and be part of Yoruba, even though they have Yoruba heritage. You understand? We can't force. These are common sense things that we can sit down and talk. We are all, we come here, we shout every day, but if we calm down and let people speak without, gouging them or let them speak
All
freely.
right.
People
Okay,
communities
thank you,
that are
Olumide.
saying that they don't want to be part of the
Thank you
Igbo
very
nation,
much
it's
for
fine.
that. We're gonna take a short break. Before we do that, I would like to thank those in the comment section, those on the panelists. For those who wants to like and share, please like and share, and to give people opportunity who wants to avail of the super chats and super chat. It's just a 50 seconds break, less than 1 hour. So I'll just take a break shortly and we'll be back in about 50 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Jonaba, you wanted to say something? Okay, Jonaba is not there. For those of you who were not here earlier, we had someone on the platform here. His name is Christian, and he made a very, very valid profile solution to our issue. KJ was here, some few of us were here. I'm going to cut the tape and we're going to play it. Jonaba, you have 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll be exiting soon because I don't want to stay here listening to Olamide, what he's talking about. The argument is becoming more not intellectual argument. So wasting my time listening to Olamide, I will be depressed more because I want to have adult and matured conversation, not a man sleeping in his bed arguing with me and his brother Ferrari. That is only active on chat. He ran away when he saw me, and that is I like that he ran away because he have no argument. So let me have a good evening. I have to leave. A righteous mind is waiting for Yam from Benue, and now even worse, whether is it the moon behind his door? I don't know where righteous man is. He's waiting, or he's waiting for Yam from Benue, and he slept off. So I would love to spend time. My brother speak the truth, why? But Olamide have depressed me beyond bearing this. Because you have a good evening. I may join later if I have somebody that.
Jonathan, I'm taking that as a positive, though.
Yeah, it's a positive. No,
That you
it's
don't,
nothing
you don't have
negative.
a, you
I
don't
want
have
you
a
to know I
defense.
will never, people like you will never offend me. And
You don't have a defense for my speech.
No. I don't have to defend anything from you now. It's okay. You have at this level of my life, there are people that will never offend me. So it's like you will not offend me, you will not surprise me. Righteous man, the yam is coming by air. So don't even go out of your bedroom. See you guys later. Bye now.
Gentlemen, we're going to call it a night here. I'd like to thank every one of you and have a lovely week ahead. Thank you.
No,
Electricity.
not yet.